Chapter 411. Prince Bao's face was cold as he looked around. He felt that Zhou Zhixiong was not far away. "Bring me the arrows." Prince Bao scoffed. A middle-aged rider entered the building and quickly came out with a purple longbow and a quiver of colorful arrows. He presented them with both hands. Prince Bao took the purple longbow and reached out to pick up 3 colorful arrows. He pulled the bow lightly and shot them. Then, he picked up another 3 arrows and shot them. The first 3 arrows were not fast, but the last 3 were slightly faster. His right hand did not stop. 3 arrows were shot out one after another. Each arrow was faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, the quiver of arrows was shot out. The colorful arrows filled the air and were pushed far away. Chu Li's expression did not change as he shook his head. Prince Bao's archery was indeed powerful. He alone was equivalent to a team of archers. However, no matter how dense or fast the arrows were, if they were shot in the wrong direction, they would not hit their target. Zhou Zhixiong was not even in that direction. Zhou Zhixiong's martial arts was strange. It was similar to the legendary invisibility technique. He moved without a sound and was able to fool Prince Bao's spirit sense. A master like Prince Bao had a profound cultivation level, and his intuition was more accurate. Zhou Zhixiong's cultivation level was not as good as Prince Bao's, but he could hide from his intuition. It was not luck, but a secret skill. Prince Bao's expression was solemn. He threw the purple bow back and scoffed. "Holy Church of Light." He glanced at everyone coldly. Lung Tao shrunk his body and tried not to attract attention. However, his chubby body was very conspicuous. The more he shrunk, the more ridiculous he looked. Prince Bao did not seem to see him. After he glanced at everyone coldly, he said, "If anyone were to tell anyone about what happened today, don't blame me for turning against you." The cavalrymen kept quiet out of fear. Their previous imposing manner disappeared. They never thought that the hero Zhou Zhixiong was actually a traitor. They were too stupid. Chu Li said, "Your Royal Highness, they have nothing to do with Field Officer Zhou." "No problem. This time, thanks to you, Chu Li. Otherwise, I would have lost all my face." Prince Bao's expression softened. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. "All right. All of you go do what you were supposed to do. If you can win, you will still be given 1 medium-ranked military merit." Prince Bao waved his hand and said, "Thank you, Your Royal Highness." The cavalrymen closed fists, saluted. "Go." Prince Bao waved his hand. Everyone turned their horses around and galloped away as if they were escaping, their backs revealing a sorry figure. Lung Tao hopped onto his horse and chased after them. As Prince Bao watched him leave, he shook his head and sighed. The princes nowadays are getting worse with each generation. Chu Li smiled. They're lacking some experience. They'll be able to use it in a few years. Let's hope so. I was thinking of going home early to rest. I don't want to move these old bones of mine anymore. Prince Bao shook his head and sighed. But these juniors don't live up to expectations. There's nothing I can do. Chu Li smiled. Do you have a way to catch up to Zhou Zhixiong? Prince Bao said, I saw you take that piece of paper. He pointed at the white paper in Chu Li's hand. The sun on the white paper was still vivid and lifelike, but there was a bloodstain on it. Prince Bao knew about King An's meritorious service, and he also knew that Chu Li possessed the all-seeing divine power, so he did not bother to chase after him earlier. Chu Li said, I want to see how many people from the Holy Church of Light are left in Fairy's capital. I didn't expect the Holy Church of Light to send people to Fairy's capital. Prince Bao frowned. Did the Holy Church of Light cause trouble in the past? No. Their forces are only limited to the Li dynasty. They don't enter the Ji dynasty. Prince Bao shook his head. Chu Li pondered. Is it related to the Tempest Temple and the 4 major sects? That's right. The disciples of the Tempest Temple won't enter the Li dynasty, and the Holy Church of Light won't come to the Ji dynasty either. This is their tacit understanding. The Holy Church of Light has been following the rules all these years. I didn't expect that they could no longer hold it in anymore. Chu Li said, maybe their strength has skyrocketed, and they don't care about the agreement anymore. It could also be that the Li dynasty's cavalry is about to enter the Ji dynasty, and they're the vanguard. Prince Bao's expression was solemn. There were only two middle-aged knights around, and they spoke softly so no one else could hear them. Prince Bao said, "Chu Li, you have to be careful." Chu Li nodded slowly. He understood what Prince Bao meant. These super-ranked sects were awe-inspiring, and they would not tolerate anyone offending them. For example, the Tempest Temple, once they offended them, they would definitely hunt them down and kill them. The Tempest Temple might have seen that he had obtained the inheritance of the Titanium Temple, and that was why they let it go. Otherwise, they would still be looking for opportunities to kill him. The Holy Church of Light must be equally overbearing, and since he had ruined their plans today, they would definitely think of ways to kill him. He had gotten himself into big trouble this time. There were gains and losses, and that was the law of the world. Sigh, once the Holy Church of Light makes a move, there will be a bloodbath. Prince Bao shook his head and sighed. Peaceful days never last long. Your Royal Highness, in this situation, how will the Imperial Court deal with it? Shouldn't we leave the matters of the martial arts world to the martial arts world? Chu Li pondered. They broke the tacit understanding, and the four major sects won't just sit and watch. However, the four major sects only care about the martial arts world. The fairies' capital still depends on the Imperial Court. Prince Bao sighed. We don't have to worry about the four major sects, Chu Li nodded. The key is still the fairies' capital. Yes, the martial arts of the Holy Church of Light are different from the martial arts of the Great Ji Dynasty. They each have their own wonders. You must be careful when you fight them. Don't fail miserably. Just like Zhou Zhixiong this time, he managed to deceive me. And if he really attacks the Emperor, even if he can't hurt my brother, it will still damage the reputation of the Great Ji Dynasty. This would reveal the incompetence of the Imperial Court of the Great Ji Dynasty, as they actually allowed a traitor to get close to the Emperor, weakening the authority of the Great Ji Imperial family, and boosting the morale of the other party. Chu Li said, Your Royal Highness, I'm not worried about him attacking the Emperor, but the princes and the Imperial Crown Princes. Prince Bao's expression changed slightly. Chu Li's words hit the nail on the head. If the disciples of the Holy Church of Light could hide from him, they could also hide from the imperial residence of the princes. With Zhou Zhixiong's martial arts, he could assassinate the princes, and if the disciples of the Holy Church of Light attacked together, how many princes would be lucky enough to escape? Let's look for Zhou Zhixiong now, Prince Bao said. Chu Li nodded. Prince Bao called a middle-aged knight over and gave him some instructions. The middle-aged knight brought 2 horses over, and Chu Li and Prince Bao got on the horses and left. Lu Yurong squinted her eyes, quietly listening to the conversation between Chu Li and Prince Bao. Her cultivation level was high, and everything that happened earlier was heard by her, reflected in her eyes, as if she was standing at the side and watching. The women in the gazebo did not speak. They were all in shock. They were not far away. They could clearly see what happened over there. When they saw Zhou Zhixiong commit suicide, Lung Ying and the other 2 women exclaimed, and when Zhou Zhixiong got up and then suddenly attacked, they could not believe it. In the end, Zhou Zhixiong escaped, and they were shocked. To be able to escape in front of Prince Bao, this Zhou Zhixiong's martial arts was really powerful. What was even more unbelievable was that this Zhou Zhixiong was really a traitor. Younger Sister Qiu, Sister Qing, your head chief has done a meritorious deed again. Lung Ying pouted and scoffed. Lung Xiu and Lung Qing smiled. Lu Yurong shook her head and smiled. Meritorious deed? More like courting death. Xiaoshi frowned as she looked at Chu Li's receding figure. A traitor who could sneak into this place was not simple. To provoke such a person, there would be no peaceful days in the future. Princess Lu turned her head and smiled. Younger Sister Xiao, this head chief Chu is really smart and powerful. He's the best at getting into trouble. Xiao sure smiled. Princess Lu smiled. It's okay to get into trouble, but to be able to solve it is a skill. To be able to be valued by the imperial uncle, head chief Chu will definitely have a bright future. Chapter 412. Chu Li and Prince Bao galloped on their horses and quickly passed through the grassland, continuing their journey south. Your Royal Highness, should we call for more people? This matter should not be publicized. It's better for the 2 of us to handle it. I'm just afraid that we can't handle it and let it escape. If I can't stop it, it's useless no matter how many people there are. Chu Li smiled. Your Royal Highness is right. Chu Li, what kind of contribution did you make in the High Duke's public house that the eldest master of the Shao family promoted you to rank 1? This is not a good thing. Rank 1 is too much. Prince Bao said gently. Chu Li was too young. If he was promoted to rank 1 at such a young age, it would not be a good thing for him in the future. Chu Li said, It's nothing much. I've saved the lady a few times, helped the High Duke's public house fend off a few attacks from the Rin public house. The Rin public house. Prince Bao nodded. That niece of King Jing is a powerful character, and she's a woman. She really puts many men to shame. Chu Li smiled. Yes, Lu Yurong is indeed powerful. I'm aware of the grudge between you and Prince Bao smiled. Chu Li was startled and smiled. He immediately understood that Prince Bao was reminding him that the Emperor was aware of the grudge between him and Princein, and his little tricks could not be hidden from the Emperor. Was this a warning? Prince Bao looked at his expression and knew that he understood. He liked smart people like him, and he also owed him a big favor, so he wanted to say a few more words. He said in a deep voice, As long as no lives are lost, my brother will not care. Jade that is not cut will not be useful. Any prince who becomes successful will encounter a strong opponent and suffer. It is just like forging a sword. If it is not hammered 1,000 times, how can it be forged into an invincible sword? Chu Li said, The Emperor is using me as a whetstone. It's good that you understand. Prince Bao said, As long as you don't cross my brother's bottom line, he won't do anything to you. Instead, he will give you some benefits. You must grasp the opportunity. Don't mess it up. Chu Li said, Does the Emperor agree to Prince and cultivating the Azura power technique? What's there to disagree about? Prince Bao smiled. Are you worried that the killing will be too much? Yes. Chu Li said, I heard from the monks of the Tempest Temple that once this Azura power technique is mastered, even an enlightened master would be helpless against him. His murderous heart will bring disaster to the world. The monks of the great Thunderclap monastery think differently from my brother. Prince Bao said faintly, There's no right or wrong in killing. It just depends on who you're killing. If King Yin really manages to master it, you could just send it to the Li dynasty. Chu Li was stunned, and his heart turned cold. Was this the temperament of an emperor? He pretended not to hear it and said with a smile, When your majesty was young, you also encountered strong opponents, right? Yes. Prince Bao nodded. Chu Li muttered, If I were to guess, it should be a monk from the Tempest Temple, right? You are indeed smart, Prince Bao said with a smile. Moreover, that monk has also achieved the enlightened mastery's boundary. Chu Li smiled. Prince Bao shook his head and sighed. I'm a little afraid of your intelligence. Chu Li said, Your Royal Highness, I'd like to ask, how can I step into the enlightened mastery's boundary? Step into the enlightened master's boundary. Prince Bao muttered to himself. When Chu Li saw his expression, he immediately understood that Prince Bao knew the key to it. He suppressed his excitement and smiled at Prince Bao. Prince Bao pondered for a moment and finally shook his head with a smile. The enlightened mastery's boundary, forget it. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He understood that Prince Bao did not want to say it. It was obvious that the enlightened mastery's boundary contained a huge secret that could not be easily revealed. It was unusually precious. Your Royal Highness, you don't know either? Chu Li smiled. Prince Bao said, It doesn't matter whether I know or not. Other than my brother and the monk from the Tempest Temple, it's impossible for anyone else to step into the enlightened mastery's boundary. Chu Li, you don't have to waste your energy to pursue that illusory thing. Chu Li was getting more curious. He had already activated the omniscient mirror to see the secret of the enlightened mastery's boundary. He saw a person in Prince Bao's mind. He looked like Prince Bao, but he was more dignified and solemn, and he was not angry at all. That should be the current emperor. In Prince Bao's eyes, the emperor was fearsome and terrifying, but he was not at all amiable. Chu Li said, Your Royal Highness, I'm really curious. If I were to put it in one sentence, how can I reach the enlightened mastery's boundary? Prince Bao smiled. Wanted to become an enlightened master. In the end, it's all for naught. Why bother? Please grant my wish, your royal highness. Chu fist saluted. Prince Bao sighed. He slowly said, all right, I can only say 4 words. Supreme, this is the key to becoming an enlightened master. Thank you, your royal highness. Chu was overjoyed. Prince Bao said, what can I do even if I don't know? Supreme, you mean you want to be the best in the world, right? Chu smiled. Sitting on the throne is supreme, and that monk from the Tempest Temple must be the strongest in martial arts. So it's also supreme. That's how he became an enlightened master. Prince Bao shook his head and smiled. You're really amazing. Think about it. You're a grandmaster. Can you defeat an enlightened master from the Tempest Temple? If you can't, how can you talk about being supreme? That's why, as long as the monk from the Tempest Temple is alive, you can forget about it. An enlightened master's lifespan is very long. You won't be able to outlast him. Chu smiled. No matter what, I finally understand how to go. All right, other than this, there are other ways, right? Other ways. Prince Bao said, the 4 major sects have a set of ways to become an enlightened master. You won't be able to get it. Unless you're the heir of the heir, it's impossible for you to inherit the enlightened master's inheritance. Chu was surprised. If that's the case, Green Deer Cliff, Amethyst Mountain, and Titanium Temple have all produced enlightened masters? Yes, all of them have, but that was 500 years ago. For 500 years, only the Tempest Temple has produced an enlightened master. The other 3 sects have never produced one again, Prince Bao said. Why not? Chu asked. Prince Bao frowned. There are many different opinions. Most people say that because spirit beasts no longer appear, the spiritual energy outside the 100,000 hills is getting thinner. It's very difficult to produce enlightened masters again. So there's only one way to become an enlightened master. Supreme. I see. Chu pondered and nodded. Shaoqi's regal sword scripture was very mysterious. It might not be inferior to the enlightened master's inheritance of the 4 major sects, but was hard to say if it could break the shackles and become an enlightened master. He had the life and death scripture. This was an advantage that others did not have. He did not lack spiritual energy. If he could obtain the enlightened master's inheritance of the 4 major sects, he might be able to break through and become an enlightened master. Thinking about this, every pore on his body was excited. He also had the heavenly demonic power, the origin of which was very powerful. If he could study and cultivate it, he might be able to step into the enlightened master's boundary. Prince Bao saw the change in his expression. He shook his head and laughed. It was as if he was looking at his younger self. Is it here? Prince Bao saw a mountain villa appear on the opposite mountain. He turned to look at Chu. Chu looked up and nodded. It's hidden here. Chapter 4:13. Both of them got off their horses and tied the reins to a tree by the roadside. Then, they used their light body technique to arrive at the villa. The villa did not occupy a large area. It was designed according to a circular forest. There were rockery, winding paths, flowing water, trees, and flowers. There was also a small lake in the backyard where a small boat swam. There was a waterside pavilion on the lake. When both of them entered the villa, they saw a bloody scene. Under the rockery, 2 servants were brutally murdered. The rocks were dyed dark red. In the flower bed, a maid was murdered. Her eyes were wide open and her face was filled with fear and pleading. In the backyard, 2 corpses of the servants were floating on the lake. The originally picturesque villa had now turned into a charaba. Prince Bao and Chu walked through the quiet villa with gloomy faces. They arrived at the backyard and saw Zhou Zhixiong and a fat middle-aged man in the pagoda. The middle-aged man was sitting opposite Zhou Zhixiong. His face was pale. It looked like both of them were having a conversation. Zhou Zhixiong was holding a silver cup and slowly swirling it. He looked calm. The fat middle-aged man was trembling slightly. He sat still with cold sweat on his forehead. When he saw Prince Bao and Chu, the fat middle-aged man quickly signaled them to run. Prince Bao pointed at the floating corpses on the lake and said coldly, Zhou Zhixiong, did you do this? Zhou Zhixiong replied, Your Royal Highness, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. I'm just sending them on their way. Instead of suffering in this world, it's better to enter the ultimate land of bliss. Sending them on their way. I'll send you on your way too. Prince Bao's face was gloomy. He was not angry. Chu Li looked at Zhou Zhixiong and the fat middle-aged man. Zhou Zhixiong said, Your Royal Highness, Zhang Xuanli owns 1,000 acres of land. He's a philanthropist and has done countless good deeds. If I bring him along, you won't come after me, right? Zhou Zhixiong, you still want to leave? Prince Bao said, Doesn't the Holy Church of Light emphasize on sacrificing oneself for righteousness? Why don't you give up your body but hold innocent people hostage? I can't give up my useful body. Zhou Zhixiong shook his head. If your Royal Highness really comes after me, I'll have to kill Zhang Xuanli first before escaping. Kill me, Zhang Xuanli shouted. I don't want to live anymore. Prince Bao said, Zhou Zhixiong, let him go, and I can spare your life. Zhou Zhixiong laughed and shook his head. Does your Highness think that I am a 3-year-old child? How could you believe this? You can either let him go and we'll spare your life, or you can kill him and we'll kill you to avenge him. Prince Bao said, It's impossible for you to escape unscathed today. You'd better give up on this idea. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Zhixiong laughed loudly and slammed his palm on Zhang Xuanli's shoulder. Zhang Xuanli let out a blood-curdling scream as his right arm drooped down. His white and fat face became even paler without a trace of blood. How dare you? Prince Bao scoffed. Zhou Zhixiong calmly retracted his left palm and said with a smile, Your Highness, it seems like you don't care about his life or death. That's true, but he's just a rich man from the countryside. It doesn't matter if he dies or not. All right, I'll kill him first so he doesn't get in the way. Prince Bao hurriedly waved his hand. Wait, Zhou Zhixiong smiled. I've heard that Prince Bao is compassionate towards the common people. You're really not bad. Has your Highness changed your mind? All right, I'll let you go. If you let him go, I'll let you go. Prince Bao said coldly. Your Highness, words alone are no proof. Moreover, even if you let me go, Chu Li will still come after me. Zhou Zhixiong said with a smile. Chu Li said, Zhou Zhixiong, the Royal Highness has spoken. How can I disobey? Don't worry, just go. How'd you catch up to me? Zhou Zhixiong scoffed. Chu Li shook his head. I have my ways. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, we'll still be able to catch up to you. So, it's not a big deal to let you go this time. You're quite capable. If that's the case, Your Highness, make an oath. Zhou Zhixiong sneered. Prince Bao said coldly, I swear that if you let him go, I won't chase after you today. All right, Your Highness is a straightforward person. What about you, Chu Li? Zhou Zhixiong smiled and looked at Chu Li. I swear that if you let go of this Zhang Yuanwei, we won't chase after you today. Chu Li said, Straightforward. No wonder I've killed so many people. Zhou Zhixiong shook his head and smiled. Zhou Zhixiong, you can't escape. If I don't chase after you today, I'll continue tomorrow. Where can you run to in one day? Chu Li said calmly. You don't have to worry about that, head chief. Zhou Zhixiong smiled as he extended his right palm and patted Zhang Xuanli's left chest. This time, he won't die, but without you guys to extend his life, he'll die. I didn't kill him, did I? He laughed out loud and flew out of the pagoda. His toes touched a corpse on the surface of the lake, and he leaped up again, flying over the wall of the backyard. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Zhou Zhixiong suddenly flew backward and fell to the ground, rolling around in pain. Chu Li smiled. Miss Lu, thank you. Lu Yurong glided over the wall and landed in front of the two. She curtsied. Your Highness. Prince Bao nodded. It's all thanks to your intelligence this time. Lu Yurong smiled faintly. As long as your Highness doesn't mind me for being a busybody. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Zhixiong suddenly flipped over and turned into a shadow. He instantly appeared in front of Chu Li. Chu Li took a step to the side and avoided his fist. Bang! The fist force blasted a hole in the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Zhou Zhixiong was like a shadow attached to Chu Li. He was extremely fast, and his fist force was continuous, as if it was endless. Wherever Chu Li dodged, holes appeared on the ground. Chu Li relied on his body movement technique to dodge and did not fight him head-on. Zhou Zhixiong had already activated his secret skill and could not maintain it for long. Zhang Xuanli's arms drooped and his face was pale. He slowly walked over. "Your Highness, thank you for saving my life," he said as he bowed. Prince Bao waved his hand. "No need to be so courteous. Your Highness saved my life. I will kowtow to thank you," he said as he bent his knees and knelt on the ground. "There's no need for that." Prince Bao extended his hand to help him up. Zhang Xuanli suddenly extended both his palms and pressed towards Prince Bao's chest like lightning. Bang! Chu Li suddenly appeared in front of Prince Bao and caught both of Zhang Xuanli's palms. Both of them took a step back. Zhang Xuanli's hair fluttered as if a strong wind blew past. His white fat body instantly shrunk by half and became skinny. His eyes were like lightning as he turned into a shadow and shrouded Chu Li. Zhou Zhixiong was so fast that his figure could not be seen. Only a shadow could be seen as he shrouded Chu Li. Chu Li was like a wisp of smoke as he moved between the two. Prince Bao's face was gloomy as his eyes flashed coldly. He had never been as useless as he was today. He could not see that it was a trap. He was really getting old and useless. If it was when he was younger, how could he not see through it? If it was not for Chu Li, he would not have been able to escape these two palms. The distance was too close. When he felt that something was wrong, it was already too late to dodge. This Officer Zhang's body movement technique was too fast. Chapter 414. P.S. The Ninth Alliance leader is born. The drunken dream of the brothel. Chu Li dodged while observing the two's channeling routes. Their secret technique was extremely overbearing. Chu Li could vaguely see a ball of fire burning in their bodies, continuously burning away their vitality, and the fire was getting stronger. The two's body technique was getting faster, as if they were burning away the impurities in their bodies, making them lighter and more powerful, turning from a wild boar to a wild leopard. The two's body technique was so fast that it was as if they had turned into Chu Li's clothes. He could not shake them off no matter what. Prince Bao and Lu Yurong watched from the side, but had no intention of intervening. The two's body technique was so fast that they could not capture it with their naked eyes. If it was Chu Li, they would not be able to dodge more than a few moves. They slowly retreated to avoid becoming Chu Li's burden. If the two attacked him separately, Chu Li would not be able to dodge, even if he wanted to, and could only face them head-on. Fortunately, the two seemed to have become stupid and stubbornly clung to Chu Li, swearing not to stop until he was defeated. Prince Bao shook his head and sighed. The new generation really replaced the old. Back then, he lamented that the younger generation was not as good as the previous one, but now it seemed that there were still powerful young people. Chu Li could stand proudly with his light body technique alone. Lu Yurong frowned as she watched Chu Li entangled with the two. The martial arts of the public house were very ordinary, far inferior to her own Empyrean fairy power. Could it be that Chu Li was really the so-called genius that appeared once in 100 years? Could he have cultivated the ordinary martial arts of the public house to this level? She glanced around and faintly felt that something was not right. Her limpid eyes swept past the surrounding corpses one by one, in the flower bed, in the gazebo, under the rockery, and the two in the lake. She did not know why, but there was a sense of unease lingering in her heart. Out of curiosity, she went to look at the corpses one by one. Seeing her like this, Prince Bao followed her. These people were indeed dead. Their bodies were stiff, and there was no sign of life. Seeing this, he was furious. These two really deserved to die. In order to set up such a killing trap, they killed so many innocent people. These were the people of the Great Ji dynasty. Lu Yurong looked at the flower bed, gazebo, and under the rockery, but she did not look at the two in the lake. She was meticulous, and serious in her work. Since she was going to inspect them, she naturally had to inspect them one by one and not miss a single one. "Your Highness, I'll go take a look," Lu Yurong said to Prince Bao. Prince Bao stared at Chu Li and nodded. Lu Yurong floated onto the small boat and used her inner energy to move the boat slowly towards the two corpses. When she got closer, she sized it up, and the feeling that something was wrong grew stronger. She lightly pushed out her palm, and the lake water exploded with a bang. The two corpses were flipped over face down. They were two middle-aged servants. Their faces were green, and it was obvious that they had been dead for a long time. Lu Yurong frowned as she looked at the two servants. She had a strong feeling that something was wrong. She had a feeling that they might be poisoned and should not be touched. Hence, it was better to look at them from afar and not get too close. At this time, a few koi fishes slowly approached the two corpses. They pecked at them a few times, then a few more times. They felt that it was fun, and they were enjoying themselves. Lu Yurong looked at the koi fishes, who were at ease and did not seem to be poisoned at all. She became more and more curious, wanting to find out where this extremely strong feeling of uneasiness came from. Thus, the small boat floated and slowly approached. Her body tensed up, ready to retreat at any time. Chu Li's voice was heard. "Miss Lu, those two are still alive. Be careful." Lu Yurong was shocked. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two corpses flew up and turned into two shadows that appeared in front of Lu Yurong. They were so fast that she could not react in time. She scoffed and pushed out both her palms. Bang, bang. With two muffled sounds, her palms hit both of them. Bang! Her left shoulder was hit as well. The two of them did not care about her palms. They only wanted to hit her. Lu Yurong only felt a scorching energy rushing into her shoulder, colliding with her extreme and extreme cold inner energy. Her inner energy was extremely pure, and it easily extinguished this energy. However, the two of them were too fast, and they attacked with all their might. She dodged the two attacks awkwardly and was finally hit on her shoulder. Fortunately, she was suppressed by the Empyrean fairy power. The two of them became even crazier and turned into two shadows. Palm prints covered the sky and the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Lu Yurong felt like she was a small boat in a raging sea. The two's palm energy formed a raging wave that could swallow her at any time. Oomph. Prince Bao scoffed and flew over to fight the two of them together. The two of them were so fast that they could not be seen clearly. They were like two shadows. Prince Bao and Lu Yurong could only see the shadows of their palms filling the sky. The only thing they could do was to defend themselves, waving their palms around to protect themselves. They did not want to do anything but to not make any mistakes. Chu Li's voice was heard. "Your Royal Highness, Miss Lu, we can't let them continue. They will only get stronger." He had experienced it firsthand. Zhou Zhixiong and Zhang Xuanli's body movements were getting faster. The flames on their bodies were getting stronger, and their palm energy was getting fiercer. He did not dare to fight them head-on and could only keep dodging. He was thinking, if he wanted to deal with them, he could either be ruthless in the beginning and kill them even if both of them were injured, or wait until they were exhausted. The two of them had been fighting for so long, but they were still not exhausted. All right, Lu Yurong believed Chu Li's words. She was confident in her Empyrean fairy power. She was not afraid of their palm energy, so she ignored the palm energy in the sky and attacked one of them. Prince Bao could tell what she was thinking, so he ignored the other person and attacked one of them together with Lu Yurong. However, that person's body movement technique was too fast, their attacks always missed, and they were hit by the other person's palm. Lu Yurong frowned. This palm attack was more refined than before, and it took more effort to neutralize it. Chu Li was right. They were getting stronger. Prince Bao's face was extremely gloomy. He suddenly increased his speed and covered his opponent with palm shadows. He was determined. There was Chu Li, and there was Lu Yurong here. If he lost to these two young people, he would really have lived his life like a dog. Bam! Prince Bao's palm hit his opponent. The purple-faced, middle-aged man's body stopped, and Lu Yurong's palm energy followed. Bam! She landed a solid hit on him. The middle-aged man's body became slower. Bam, 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 bam. Prince Bao and Lu Yurong's palms hit him like a storm, ignoring the other middle-aged man's attack. "Be careful," Chu Li shouted. Before his voice died away, he suddenly appeared in front of Prince Bao and Lu Yurong and pulled the two of them away. Bam! A muffled sound was heard, and the middle-aged man exploded. Chu Li's back was facing the middle-aged man, and he pulled Prince Bao and Lu Yurong to escape, but he did not manage to escape. His body suddenly sped up, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Chu Li, Lu Yurong shouted. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Chu Li scoffed, and his body sped up again. Like a wisp of smoke, he left the mountain villa. 3 shadows followed behind him. Prince Bao and Lu Yurong's sleeves were pulled by Chu Li, and they looked at the retreating trees helplessly. Their speed was far faster than theirs. Even if Chu Li ran so fast that they could not catch up, Zhou Zhixiong and the other two were still getting closer, and soon they would catch up. Chapter 415. P.S. The 10th Alliance is born. The alliance leader is the 7 bandit lords of Shwed dynasty. Elegant. As the 3 of them approached, Chu Li scoffed again and increased his speed. Lu Yurong could tell that Chu Li was trying to lure them. She could tell what he was thinking with a single glance. He was afraid that Zhou Zhixiong and the others would turn to the enclosure, so he slowed down to lure them over. If Zhou Zhixiong and the others rushed in, many people would die. Prince Bao asked, Chu Li, do you need some pills? Chu Li replied, No need, thank you, Your Royal Highness. Prince Bao was relieved when he saw that he still had the energy to speak. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength. Zhou Zhixiong looked calm and solemn like an old monk. Zhang Xuanli was the same. The 3 of them moved faster and faster. Chu Li sped up again when they were close. He was always ahead of them. Zhou Zhixiong shouted, Brother Zhang, Brother Zhou, I can't do it this time. I'm leaving first. Brother Zhou, have a safe trip. Zhang Xuanli and the other middle-aged man closed fists, saluted, and said solemnly. Zhou Zhixiong put his hands together as he ran. He was as solemn and holy as a monk. His body lit up and turned into a white light that shot into the sky. A door of light appeared in the sky. The white light entered the door, and it disappeared. Chu Li's back was facing them, but he could see it clearly. The flames in Zhou Zhixiong's body reached its peak. It was as hot as the sun. His flesh burned and turned into a white light that shot into the sky. There was a faint fluctuation in the sky. It was a door. The white light that Zhou Zhixiong turned into went through the door and disappeared from this world. Chu Li was not shocked. The scene at the Titanium Temple made him understand that this world was different from his original world. There was a Grandmaster. Prince Bao's expression was grim. He clearly saw Zhou Zhixiong turn into a rainbow, while Zhang Xuanli and the other middle-aged man were not sad. They were only happy. The followers of the Holy Church of Light did not pursue a short life but eternal death. They wanted to enter the door of light and ascend to the ultimate paradise. The disciples of the Holy Church of Light who were not afraid of death were all lunatics. It was impossible to guard against them. It was terrifying. Brother Zhou, I'm leaving too, Zhang Xuanli said. He looked at Chu Li and the others and shook his head. They can't escape. The Holy Church will destroy them. The middle-aged man nodded and said in a deep voice, Then let's go together. As soon as the 2 of them finished talking, they dashed towards Chu Li. Their speed increased by a notch, and they moved like lightning. Chu Li easily dodged the attack. The 2 of them turned into 2 rays of white light and shot into the sky. The door of light appeared again, and the 2 rays of white light entered the door of light before it disappeared. Chu Li stopped. Beside him was a peach forest. Wah! Holding onto a peach tree, he spat out another mouthful of blood and let out a long sigh of relief. The 3 of them all had solemn expressions on their faces. They didn't seem happy at all that they had escaped. Your Royal Highness. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. Was the Holy Church of Light always like this? I don't think so. Prince Bao shook his head. If the Holy Church of Light was this powerful in the past, they would have invaded the Ji dynasty a long time ago instead of hiding in the Li dynasty. Lu Yurong furrowed her brows and said, Their last secret skill was too strong. We were the ones who encountered them this time, so we were able to escape. If it was any other Grandmaster, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for them to escape. Once they activated their secret skill, their speed was unbelievably fast. This time, they had Chu Li. His light body technique was powerful, or else she and Prince Bao might not have been able to escape unscathed. If Prince Bao and Lu Yurong's cultivation level were already so high, if it was a grandmaster with a slightly lower cultivation level, it would definitely not end well for them. Prince Bao scoffed. There's no need to worry too much, they're all grandmasters. The Holy Church of Light's grandmasters don't just come out of nowhere, they can have as many as they want. Chu Li said, Your Royal Highness, this is what I'm worried about. Prince Bao looked at him. Chu Li said, Zhou Zhixiong was originally just a field officer. How could he have cultivated to the level of grandmaster? What's worse is that he's obviously from the Ji dynasty, but he's loyal to the Holy Church of Light. Prince Bao's face darkened as he pondered. Lu Yurong furrowed her brows and said, You're saying that the Holy Church of Light has a way to quickly become a grandmaster, and then use this as bait to lure the Ji dynasty's masters to join the Holy Church of Light and rebel against the Ji dynasty? Chu Li said, There's no need to rush them. Just taking them in as disciples is tempting enough. The Holy Church of Light is a supreme faction, just like our Tempest Temple. Which young man would be able to reject the Tempest Temple's call? Who knows how many grandmasters the Tempest Temple has? What's more terrifying is that these disciples are not afraid of death. Instead, they pursue a heroic death to enter the ultimate land of bliss. Prince Bao said in a low voice, If they want to step into the ultimate land of bliss, it's not enough to just use the secret technique. They might need a strong opponent to stimulate their fighting spirit. That's why they'll risk their lives to assassinate masters who are stronger than them. Chu Li said in a low voice. Chu Li saw some clues through the omniscient mirror. He felt that the Holy Church of Light was more and more terrifying. Is there no way to deal with them? If they're that powerful, they would have long dominated the world. Lu Yurong scoffed. Everything in the world counters each other. There's always a way to restrain them. Do you know, Your Royal Highness? Chu Li said, I'll go back to the Imperial House's secret vault. There should be a way. Or else, the world would have long belonged to the Holy Church of Light. Prince Bao said. Chu Li nodded. We should go back. It's probably over there too. They're waiting for Your Royal Highness. Lu Yurong said. Chu Li, how's your injury? Prince Bao asked. Chu Li smiled. It's just a small injury, nothing to worry about. You don't look like a small injury to me. Lu Yurong scoffed. Prince Bao smiled. Don't force yourself, we'll bring you back. Thank you for your kindness, Your Royal Highness. Chu Li nodded. Prince Bao smiled and looked at Lu Yurong. Lu Yurong was stunned. She pointed at herself. Your Royal Highness, it can't be me, right? Prince Bao laughed. Do you really want me to bring Chu Li along? All right. Lu Yurong looked at Prince Bao, then at Chu Li. She scoffed. Consider it my repayment for saving my life. If it was not for Chu Li's timely reminder and appearance, she would have been the one who was heavily injured. Chu Li smiled. Thank you, Miss Lu. Chu Li, you're being too courteous. What, Miss Lu? Just call me Yurong, isn't that right? Prince Bao laughed. We've been through thick and thin together. There's no need to be so courteous. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. I don't dare. Lu Yurong's face tightened. She scoffed. Prince Bao saw her determined expression and laughed. All right then, I'll leave first. There's something I need to deal with over there. You guys don't have to rush. He did not wait for Lu Yurong to reply. He shot out like an arrow. Chu Li laughed. If the Yi Public House and the Rin Public House joined forces, it would not be a blessing for the imperial court. He knew this. Lu Yurong also knew this, so the relationship between the two would not be too close. Moreover, the Yi Public House and the Hawaii Public House were connected by marriage. If they were to be close to the Rin Public House, the imperial court would not be able to sit still. Chapter 416. P.S. The next chapter might be late. I'm writing slower and slower. Please forgive me. Lu Yurong went into the forest and came back with a long stick. It was as tall as a person and as thick as a baby's arm. She passed one end to Chu Li. Let's go. Just like that? Chu Li laughed, but did not extend his hand. Lu Yurong glanced at him and said coldly, How do you want to go? Chu Li said, Just through my sleeve. Why do you have to be so cautious? I'm not a pervert. No. Lu Yurong scoffed. Chu Li said helplessly, I'll go by myself. My injuries aren't that serious. All right, up to you. Lu Yurong said, I'll go first. She tossed the stick and glided away. Chu Li suddenly coughed, as if his injuries were acting up. Lu Yurong stopped and turned to glare at him. Chu Li, are you leaving or not? Chu Li shrugged. You go first. You walk in front, Lu Yurong scoffed. She was also worried that if someone ambushed him and he was injured, it would be her fault if anything happened. Chu Li smiled. You might not be able to catch up to me. Then I'll try. Lu Yurong sneered. Chu Li glided onto the treetops as if he was riding the wind. He glided forward without a trace of dust. It looked slow, but his speed was surprisingly fast. Lu Yurong followed closely behind. Chu Li raised his voice. That Crown Prince Feng is thinking of how to deal with me. Who told you to offend him? Lu Yurong said. Chu Li shook his head. It's all your fault. He thinks we have an ambiguous relationship, and that's why he wants to deal with me. If not, he wouldn't even care about me. Lu Yurong scoffed. You hit Lung Tao first. Lung Feng thinks you're arrogant. Arrogant people hate it when others are arrogant. You two are destined to be enemies. Don't drag me into this. I'm arrogant? Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Lu Yurong said coldly, Don't underestimate Lung Feng. His mentality is not mature enough, but his power is not weak. A child holding a knife can kill if it's sharp enough. Chu Li said, King Jing's influence is strong, right? What do you think? Lu Yurong said calmly. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. I don't think it's wise for you to support King Jing. Chu Li said, Any disciple of the imperial family will be afraid of the House of High Dukes. Even if he is your uncle, he will not truly treat the House of High Dukes as one of his own. Lu Yurong snorted. Chu Li chuckled. You're so smart. How could you not know? Looks like you're using King Jing. We're just using each other. Lu Yurong said lightly. Just like us. Aren't we using each other? Chu Li said. It's better if it's a purely beneficial relationship. It won't take too much effort to understand. Lu Yurong glanced at him. You already have someone you like, Co Sure? Chu Li laughed. You're really imaginative. Co Sure is the most beautiful woman in the Great Ji dynasty. You're a man. How can you not be tempted by her? Lu Yurong scoffed. Anyone can see that. Chu Li shook his head. It's really a misunderstanding. If it's not Co Sure. Co Chi? Lu Yurong was surprised and looked him up and down. Is it really Co Chi? Chu Li said. You're really not going to marry for the rest of your life. Yes. Lu Yurong glanced at him and answered lightly. Chu Li shook his head. The Empyrean fairy power is really harmful. Lu Yurong glanced at him. What martial arts do you cultivate? The Infinite Azure Sea, Chu Li said. The two of them schemed and tested each other, but they realized that the other party understood them very well, far better than the average person. The two of them were extremely smart people, so it was easy and troublesome to talk. They fought with their wits and schemes, and their minds surged. When the two of them fluttered back to the enclosure, the cavalries, there were still no results. They were either entangled or ambushed. The 5 groups of cavalries displayed their agility and cunning to the fullest. Lung Ying was a little bored. She was not interested in these fights and killings. She looked around absent-mindedly. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she stood up. Consort Lu was shocked by her. What's wrong, Ying? Lung Ying stared at Chu Li and Lu Yurong. Her bright eyes widened as she stared at them carefully. They're finally back. Consort Lu sighed in relief. Ever since Lu Yurong left, she had been worried. Lung Ying went forward and stood in front of Chu Li. She glanced at him and ignored him. She turned to Lu Yurong. Cousin sister, why are you with him again? Lu Yurong said, The Royal Highness is back. He just came back. Lung Ying glanced at Chu Li, who fluttered away and returned to Co Shure's side. She scoffed. Cousin sister, why are you with him again? I have important matters to attend to. Lu Yurong said. Don't mess around. Let's go. Consort Lu looked at her with concern as she walked over. Lu Yurong said in a low voice, Aunt, when young Feng comes back, tell him to tell his scoundrel friends to behave themselves. Don't provoke Chu Li. Consort Lu looked at her in surprise. Lu Yurong said, Chu Li is injured now. If young Feng and his friends really provoke Xiao Shi, he will kill them. She could see through Lung Feng and his friends' playboy tactics. They were like children playing house. But if the knife in a child's hand was sharp enough, it could also kill people and cause big trouble. Chu Li was injured. If they provoked Xiao Shi at this time and forced him to fight, he would definitely kill to establish his authority. If that happened, things would get out of hand. Consort Lu smiled. Since when did you care so much about Head Chief Chu? Not caring about him. Lu Yurong shook her head. We will need him soon. Don't make things too awkward. Consort Lu was even more curious. Lu Yurong said, that traitor field officer Zhou is a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. Holy Church of Light. Consort Lu thought for a while. I think it's a sect from the Li dynasty. The Holy Church of Light is very scary. Lu Yurong's expression was solemn. It's impossible to guard against them. Consort Lu was deep in thought. Head Chief Chu can see that. You mean our imperial residence? She glanced around and stopped talking. It's very possible, Lu Yurong said. So we need him to help us look. This is a big matter. Consort Lu frowned. Your uncle might not agree. I will convince him, Lu Yurong said lightly. They can hide from the secret guardians of the imperial house. Who will uncle find to investigate? Consort Lu nodded lightly. She was deep in thought. Lung Ying listened quietly at the side. Her eyes were wide open, but she did not interrupt. After a while, Consort Lu sighed softly. She shook her head. Sigh. Young Feng is still too far away. Even after going to the border to train for a year, she saw that Lung Feng did not improve much. Compared to Lu Yurong, it was like comparing an adult to a child. Lu Yurong's talent was exceptional. She could not compare to her. There was still Chu Li. You guys spoil him too much. How can a flower from the garden do? Lu Yurong said lightly. Aren't you from the garden too? Consort Lu smiled. Lu Yurong smiled. That was true. She was born smarter than others. She did not need to train. Chapter 417. After Chu Li returned to the gazebo, Lung Xiao and Lung Qing looked at him. Song Luiying and Xuan Yu were hesitant to speak, but in the end, they held back and did not ask further. Xiao Shi glanced at him. It seemed like he had been staying here all along and did not leave. Chu Li's injuries were almost healed, and it could not be seen from his appearance. My lady, we should head back now, Chu Li said. Are you leaving now? Xiao Shi looked at him. Her eyes were like autumn waters. Chu Li said, there's nothing else to see after this. You must be tired. All right. Xiao Shi nodded lightly and turned to look at Song Luiying and Xuan Yu. You guys go first. We'll stay behind to avoid being rude. Thank you, sisters, Xiao Shi said. Chu Li closed fist saluted. Consort Song, Consort Shui, please follow Consort Lu back to the town to avoid any accidents. Song Luiying smiled. Head Chief is worried about Lung, Tao, and the rest. These hedonistic sons of rich parents could do anything when their blood rushed to their heads. Chu Li nodded. Song Luiying smiled. Indeed, we have to be on guard. All right, we will follow Princess Lu back to the city. Chu Li, Xiao Shi, Yang Su, and Shui Ling returned to the town together. Lu Yurong saw it from afar. She thought for a while and pulled Lung Ying up. Let's go back with them. It's not over yet. Lung Ying struggled and shouted, I still want to see if Big Brother has won. Lu Yurong ignored her struggle. He can't win. Let's go. Princess Lu pursed her lips into a smile and waved her hand. Go back with your cousin. Mother. Lung Ying was unwillingly helped onto the horse by Lu Yurong, and the two of them galloped away. Why on earth? Lung Ying pouted and snorted unwillingly. Cousin, why must you be with him? She said indignantly. What's so great about him? As they spoke, they had already caught up to Chu Li. Chu Li glanced at Lu Yurong and smiled. Don't worry, I won't kill anyone. Lu Yurong said coldly. You go your way, I'll go mine. Chu Li smiled. What a coincidence. Lung Ying gave him a sidelong glance and snorted. Lu Yurong said, Chu Li, the princess invites you to the imperial residence tomorrow. Oh, Chu Li smiled. It was your idea, right? No matter how magnanimous Consort Lu was, she would never invite him, who had a conflict with her son. It was obvious that Lu Yurong wanted his help to find the disciples of the Holy Church of Light in the imperial residence of King Jing. Yurong said, "If you accept, the invitation will come." "Forget it." Chu Li shook his head. "The imperial residence of King Jing is too prestigious. I can't get close to them." Yurong shunned. The four horses rode side by side. Co Shi was in the innermost position with Chu Li guarding her. Lu Yurong and Lung Ying were on the other side of Chu Li. "Tell me, what are your conditions?" Lu Yurong scoffed. "Just a small favor." Chu Li smiled. Lu Yurong said coldly, "You say it's a small matter, but it's usually a big matter. Speak clearly." Chu Li said, "Isn't Master Xiao Taiying's wedding next month?" "Just like last time?" Lu Yurong frowned. "I'm already doing you a favor by not looking for trouble with the Yi public house." Chu Li shook his head with a smile and looked at her confidently. Lung Ying didn't know what to think. She looked at the two. However, she was completely relieved. Looking at the way the two of them were talking, it didn't seem like they were in love. Instead, it seemed like they were fighting a battle of wits and courage. Lu Yurong frowned for a while and scoffed. "How many?" "Like last time." Chu Li smiled. "Any more, and it'll be too much for you." Lu Yurong took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell. "All right, I'll do it." Chu Li said, "Let's make this clear. I'll only look for the Holy Church of Light." He guessed there were many spies in the imperial residence of King Jing. He arranged for Zhou Feiyang. Zhou Feiyang was doing well. Although he didn't become King Jing's confidant, he was stable. It was the first step. Lu Yurong said, "Other than the Holy Church of Light, I'll send you one more person for everyone you find, no matter which imperial residence." "Yes," Lu Yurong said, "no matter which force. One more person means one more person for me." "All right," Chu Li smiled. "This has to be kept a secret. If not, I'll become the world's enemy. I won't be able to do anything." "Of course." Lu Yurong glanced at Co Shi and Lung Ying. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." "All right." Lung Ying nodded. Co Shi looked ahead. She didn't even look at them. Lu Yurong didn't seem to exist. Lung Feng went back to Princess Lu. Although he was protected by armor, the feeling of an unsharpened blade cutting his body was unbearable. Even after taking the pills from the imperial residence, the pain did not subside. He went back to the gazebo and looked around. Princess Lu said, "Stop looking. Lu Yurong and your sister have returned to the town." "Why did they leave so early?" Lung Feng asked dejectedly. "It's because they're afraid of your gang of scoundrels." Consort Lu said snappily, "Feng Er, you gathered a group of people to cause trouble for Chu Li, didn't you?" "Mother," Lung Feng said helplessly, "it's just a little joke." "It's nothing." "A joke?" Princess Lu scoffed. "You know about the traitor?" "Yes," Lung Feng said. "I didn't think there would be a traitor. The people from the imperial court are getting more and more useless. This Zhou Zhixiong is a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. He's a grandmaster." Princess Lu said, "If he wasn't discovered, killing you would be a piece of cake." Lung Feng frowned. "The Holy Church of Light? You know about it too?" "Of course I know about the #1 sect in the Li dynasty." Lung Feng's face turned serious. "I heard they're even stronger than the Tempest Temple." "I didn't think Zhou Zhixiong is a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. This time, he might be here to kill you imperial princes." Princess Lu said, "Chu Li, save your lives." Lung Feng nodded slowly. Although he didn't want to admit it, if Zhou Zhixiong was really from the Holy Church of Light, it would be troublesome. He might really kill him. Among the imperial princes, he was the most important. He would become the primary target. He might not be able to escape. "I'm telling you, don't look for trouble with him in the future." Princess Lu said. "I know, Mother," Lung Feng said helplessly. "If you don't listen to me, I'll send you to the frontier for another year." Princess Lu glared at him. She knew her son's temperament very well. She knew that he was probably doing it half-heartedly. "Yes, yes," Lung Feng quickly said. Lung Tao got slapped by Chu Li in front of Imperial Granduncle. Didn't Imperial Granduncle say anything? Lung Tao deserved it. Your Imperial Granduncle is being generous by not punishing him. Princess Lu said, Tomorrow, I'll invite Chu Li over as a guest. What? Lung Feng raised his voice. Princess Lu glared at him. Lung Feng quickly said, Mother, why did you invite him as a guest? Think about it yourself. Do we have to apologize? Why? Lung Feng said loudly. Princess Lu was disappointed. You're not very smart. If you were as smart as your own, I would be relieved. Princess Lu shook her head and sighed. Lung Feng scoffed. Mother, you're underestimating me. You only know how to act on impulse all day. Princess Lu said, a man should be broad-minded. What about you? Go and do what you have to do. Tell your group of scoundrels to behave themselves. Don't provoke Chu Li. Yes, Lung Feng left unhappily. However, he had no intention of letting them stop. The more Princess Lu said, the angrier he was towards Chu Li. He wanted to teach him a lesson. Chapter 4:18. Chu Li said lazily, Miss Lu, they're here. Lu Yurong frowned. Why don't they leave with the rest? Maybe they'll leave by themselves and avoid this trouble. With her pressure and her aunt's words, no matter how unwilling Lung Feng was, he would still pull his men back and avoid this conflict. However, with Lung Feng's arrogant personality, there would be a next time, even if he failed this time. Chu Li probably knew this, so he wanted to settle this as soon as possible to avoid trouble in the future. Chu Li smiled. Lu Yurong said, I'll do it later. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. Chu Li looked at the forest in the distance calmly. If we can't get rid of them this time, there will be a next time. Lu Yurong frowned. She felt the coldness in Chu Li's words. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds were heard. Two giant rocks fell from the sky and landed on the road. The ground shook. The elite soldiers on this road were all fighting in the enclosure because of the hunting ceremony. There was no one on both sides of the road. The two giant rocks were as tall as a person, square in shape, blocking the road on both sides. As for the horses that Chu Li and the others were riding on, they could leap over it in one leap. Bang! Bang! Another two giant rocks flew out from the forest and landed on the road. The two giant rocks landed in front of the previous two. With that, even horses could not leap over them, blocking the road completely. Chu Li pulled the reins, and the horses stopped. Xiao Shi, Yang Su, and Xue Ling stopped too. Chu Li turned to Lu Yurong. Please help me look after the lady. I'll deal with them. Lu Yurong quickly said. She had a bad feeling that Chu Li would be ruthless this time. Chu Li placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. I'll do it myself. If they really hurt the lady, I don't care if you're an imperial prince or not. All right. Lu Yurong frowned and nodded. She always thought that Chu Li liked Xiao Shi, so if Xiao Shi was hurt, Chu Li would definitely go crazy and kill her. Chu Li slowly got off the horse and turned to Xiao Shi. Lady, please wait. Xiao Shi looked at him calmly. Be careful. Understood. Chu Li nodded. 14 masked men in black dashed out from the forest and dashed towards Xiao Shi with their qinggong. Chu Li scoffed softly. As soon as the water ball fell into his precordium, an endless amount of energy surged into him. He suddenly flashed and appeared behind a masked man. A misty sword light flashed, and the sword instantly pierced through the masked man's chest. In the next moment, his figure flashed once more and appeared behind another person, and then a dark and hazy sword light flashed once more as it pierced through another person's chest. In the past few days, he had mastered the 7 forms of godly sword and had completely unleashed the power of the 7 forms of godly knife. With the help of the heavenly demonic power, the speed of his sword became faster and stronger. Before the 2 grandmasters could react, they had already been struck. His figure flickered incessantly, and with every flicker, he would appear behind a masked man in black. Every time he swung his sword, none of them would be able to escape. In front of Chu Li, they were like children who had never learned any martial arts. They were completely defenseless. Lu Yurong felt a chill run down her spine. With his current martial arts, the 3 masters from the Holy Church of Light should have died long ago. They did not have the time to use their secret skills and finally stepped into the ultimate land of bliss. He purposely hid his martial arts to see the actual situation of the Holy Church of Light's disciples. This scheming was really deep. He would rather be injured than show his true abilities. Out of the 14 Grandmasters, 7 had already fallen before they could reach Co. Sure. In their anger, they could no longer care about rushing towards Co. Sure. There was no point in dealing with Co. Sure now. Chuli did not escape at all. He wanted to kill them. The most important thing now was to stay alive. The 7 of them quickly huddled together with their backs against each other, guarding against Chu Li's sudden appearance. Chu Li sneered. His figure flashed and appeared in front of a masked man in black. He stabbed with his sword. 3 masked men in black attacked at the same time. The misty sword light flashed once, and Chu Li floated backward. A masked man in black clutched his chest as he fell down. The sword had already pierced through his chest. This time, Chu Li did not attack from behind. He faced them directly. He had the support of the heavenly demonic power. His speed was extremely fast. While their palm energy was still in midair, his sword had already pierced through. He then safely retreated and rushed towards another person. In the blink of an eye, another 3 people fell. Retreat. The remaining 4 saw that the situation was not good. They shouted and escaped in 4 directions. Their bodies expanded rapidly. They had already activated their secret skills and floated far away like smoke. Chu Li chased after them one by one and pierced through their chests. Lu Yurong stared at Chu Li's sword with a solemn expression. She was pondering whether she could avoid this sword technique if she were to face it. She could avoid the vital parts, but it was impossible to completely avoid it. His sword was too fast, and his body technique was too fast. Her heart was alerted and the sword was already there. It was even faster than her warning. Fortunately, Chu Li's sword only pierced the right side of their chests. As the protectors of the imperial residence, they did not lack spirit pills and medicine. Grandmasters were full of vitality. After taking the spirit pills and resting for a while, they would be fine. However, they had lost the ability to fight for a short period of time. Chu Li glanced at the masked men in black on the ground. He shook his head and floated back to Co. Sure. My lady, let's go. Co. Sure pursed her lips and smiled. Your heart is too soft. Yes. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Co. Sure glanced at the men in black on the ground. Her expression was calm. She had seen many deaths. She did not care about these people's lives. Chu Li could kill them all, and she would not say a word. Lu Yurong looked at these men in black. They were the elites of the imperial residence. Yet, they ended up like this. Xueling, Chu Li said. Xueling answered and came to the front of 4 giant rocks. She placed both her hands on one and gently lifted. The giant rock that was taller than her was lifted without any effort. Her divine energy came from the sun, cultivating white tiger portrait. Chu Li said, let's go over and then move it back. Yes. Xueling pursed her lips and smiled. After Chu Li and the others rode their horses and passed the giant rocks, Xueling moved the giant rocks back to their original position. Then, she leaped onto her horse, and everyone returned to the city. Lung Feng and the others ended the hunting ceremony and hurried back. They wanted to be ahead of Princess Lu and the other ladies. Lung Feng could not wait to see Chu Li's pitiful appearance. He wanted to vent his anger. Lung Tao followed behind him excitedly. The princes were excited too. Chu Li was in the limelight again during the hunting ceremony. This made them even more displeased. They wanted nothing more than for Chu Li to be beaten black and blue by their own protectors. That would be the most satisfying thing they could think of. When they stopped in front of the 4 giant rocks, they saw a group of masked men in black sitting cross-legged and channeling. These masked men in black immediately sat cross-legged and channeled after consuming the spirit medicine. They did not care about hiding in the forest. The sword energy in their bodies was endless and sharp. Their injuries were getting worse every second. They could not afford to waste any time. What's going on? Lung Tao shouted. The 14 men in black did not move. They could not answer them. Lung Feng's handsome face darkened. Chapter 419. Who did it? Lung Feng asked. Chu Li, one of the masked men in black, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his black cloth. He took off his black cloth and revealed his thin face. It was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. "Uncle E, did Chuli do it alone?" one of the princes asked loudly. Elixing nodded slowly. "It's him." As he spoke, he closed his eyes and continued to channel to suppress the raging sword force. The sword force was like a real substance, like a small sword piercing through his body, continuously injuring his organs. The speed at which he channeled his energy to heal was far slower than the speed of the small sword's damage. His injuries became more and more serious. He took out the jade porcelain from his bosom, poured out 2 spirit pills, and threw them into his mouth. The crown prince's face darkened. "Chuli, how dare you?" Lung Tao said, "That's impossible. He single-handedly took care of 14 masters. Is there anyone else?" Lung Feng asked. The 14 men in black were focused on healing themselves. No one answered. Lung Feng was embarrassed and angry. "Chuli, he really has guts. But even 14 people couldn't defeat him. It's really—" He shook his head as he spoke. The 14 men in black were secretly angry, but they did not have the face to say anything. They could only hold their anger and keep quiet. 14 grandmasters surrounded Chuli, but not only did they not defeat him, but they were also injured by him. It was really embarrassing. If not, they would have rebutted Lung Feng. Lung Feng stood on the spot, frowning. He could not imagine why 14 grandmasters could not defeat Chuli, but were injured by him. This time, Chuli was going to be famous in the fairies' capital, or even the world. No one is allowed to tell anyone about this. Lung Feng slowly glanced at the princes, then looked at the 14 grandmasters. Or else, it'll be embarrassing for everyone. The princes nodded. "Yes, we can't tell anyone," Lung Tao said loudly. "We can't help Chuli become famous." Lung Feng glared at him. Lung Tao shut his mouth in embarrassment. Now, he hated Chuli to the core, but at the same time, he feared him to the core. Chuli often beat people up, so he only dared to be ruthless behind Chuli's back, but he did not dare to confront Chuli face to face. Lung Feng took a deep breath and turned to look at the crowd. "Can you guys keep this a secret?" "Of course," everyone answered at the same time. "If anyone dares to leak this information, don't blame us for being impolite." Lung Feng snorted. Everyone hurriedly patted their chests and swore that they would not leak anything and would pretend that nothing had happened. The next morning, Chuli was reading in the Tianshu courtyard when he received a report from the outside that the chief of the imperial residence of King Jing had come to visit him and wanted to guide Chuli. A handsome middle-aged man was sitting in the hall, accompanied by Chief Zhu, drinking tea and chatting. "Chief Steward Zhu, your mansion's head steward is very famous now." The handsome man put down his teacup and chuckled. "It's really admirable. You're imperial residence of King and has such a talent. It's a sign of prosperity." "Not all. Manager Zhang is too courteous." Chief Zhu chuckled. "I wonder why Princess Lu wants to invite you over?" "From what I know, the head chief doesn't seem to have anything to do with your imperial residence." "About this, we as subordinates don't know. The imperial residence of King Jing's outer residence," Chief Zhang Ci chuckled and waved his hand. "Maybe Princess Lu thinks that the head chief is a young talent, so she wants to meet him." "I see." Chief Zhu laughed. "The head chief is indeed a rare talent. Maybe Princess Lu has taken a fancy to his talent and wants to take him as her son-in-law." "Haha, this is not a joke." Zhang Ci quickly waved his hand. "How can we, as subordinates, talk about Lady Lu's marriage? In my opinion, our head chief's talent is also worthy of Lady Ying." Chief Zhu laughed. Zhang Ci shook his head. "If Princess Lu hears what Chief Zhu said, I'm afraid she will be angered. Be careful with your words. Be careful with your words." He cursed in his heart. What a big tone. How dare you say something like that to be worthy of our Lady Ying? Chu Li slowly walked into the hall. Chief Zhu quickly wiped his smile off his face and stood up. "Head Chief." Chu Li nodded and closed fists saluted Zhang Ci. "Thank you for waiting, Chief Zhang. Let's move." "Yes, Head Chief." Zhang Ci wiped his smile off his face and closed fist saluted. Chief Zhu quickly asked, "Head Chief, Do you need a maid? No need. I'll be back soon, Chu Li said. Yes. Chief, Zhu quickly nodded. Chu Li's prestige in the imperial residence was growing by the day. As the outer residence chief, he did not dare to slack off at all in case Chu Li had something on him. Chu Li followed Zhang Xiai out of the imperial residence of King, and they rode on a horse for more than 3 miles and arrived at a majestic imperial residence. It had yellow tiles and a red roof. It was magnificent and grand. The imperial residence of King Jing did not look any different from the imperial residence of King An. The exterior was almost the same, but the aura emitted from the entire imperial residence was completely different. It was more vigorous and heavy than the imperial residence of King An. The small door beside the imperial residence opened. Lung Feng slowly walked out with a group of people. They walked about 20 steps and approached Chu Li. Lung Feng closed fist saluted and said faintly, "Head Chief Chu, please." Chu Li closed fist saluted. "Crown Prince Feng, please." Lung Feng waved his hand. The people behind him took more than 10 steps back. The two of them walked at the front and headed towards the side door. Chu Li frowned but did not say anything. According to the rules, based on his rank, the imperial residence should have opened the main door and not this side door. Lung Feng was obviously doing this on purpose to suppress his arrogance. Chu Li felt that it was childish. He was too lazy to argue with him. There would come a time when Lung Feng would need his help. "Are the protectors of your imperial residence doing well?" Chu Li asked casually. Lung Feng frowned and said coldly, "Thank you for your concern. They're doing well." Chu Li smiled. "If they really can't take it anymore, they can look for me." Lung Feng squinted his eyes and stared at him. Chu Li calmly looked at him. The scribes and protectors behind him softened their footsteps and even their breathing. They were on tenterhooks. Lung Feng scoffed. "Just you wait." Chu Li smiled. He was confident in his sword energy. They would not be able to expel the sword energy with their abilities. It would only become more painful and their injuries would worsen. Sooner or later, they would not be able to take it anymore and look for him to save them. Lung Feng, Lu Yurong, and Lung Ying came out to welcome them. She was dressed in a bluish-white gown, while Lung Ying was dressed in a light pink gown. When she saw Chu Li and Lung Ying coming in from the side door, her face darkened. Lung Feng frowned. "Cousin sister, why did you come out?" Lu Yurong glanced at him in disgust. "You go back first. Leave Chu Li to me." "Leave him to you?" Lung Feng scoffed. "Cousin sister, you're a girl. It's not appropriate. Let me take care of him. I'll have to inform my aunt." Lu Yurong frowned and said coldly, "You don't know what's important. You're asking for death." "Cousin." Lung Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation and said in a deep voice, "There are outsiders here." Lu Yurong turned to Chu Li and closed fist saluted. "Head Chief Chu, please." Chu Li smiled. "I've finally seen the style of the imperial residence of King Jing. You are indeed unreachable." Chapter 420. P.S. The 11th Alliance has been born. Alliance leader, baby, protect me. Cousin, who's being immature? Lung Feng was furious. "Cousin, I'm not a kid anymore." Lu Yurong ignored him and said to Chu Li, "Why don't we go in again?" Chu Li laughed. "Which door is not?" Lu Yurong glared at Lung Feng. "The princess is in the backyard. Let's go see her." Chu Li nodded. "The Royal Highness is not in the residence." Lu Yurong shook her head. "The Royal Highness is from the Ministry of War." Chu Li understood immediately. The Holy Church of Light's matter must have messed up the Ministry of War. If a traitor got in, the Ministry of War would be in trouble. Lu Yurong and Lung Ying brought him inside, ignoring Lung Feng. Lung Feng's handsome face was dark. He was angry, but he did not want to leave just like that. He saw that Lu Yurong was treating Chu Li differently. He was jealous and angry. He wanted to know what they were talking about, but he did not want to see them being so close. He struggled and tormented between wanting to know and not wanting to know. This pain completely turned into hatred towards Chu Li. He wanted to kill him now and then. Along the way, a few maids and scribes passed by, curtsying or fist saluting. Lu Yurong acted like she was in her own home. She only nodded slightly, passed through 4 courtyards, and arrived at the backyard. The backyard was spacious with 6 flower beds, one of which had a martial arts field and a small lake with a waterside pavilion. Consort Lu was surrounded by a few maids, sitting in a pavilion and admiring the koi in the lake. Aunt Chu Li is here. Lu Yurong and the other 2 came to the pavilion. Chu Li Fist saluted, "Greetings, consort." Consort Lu was dressed in gorgeous clothes and makeup. She was beautiful and elegant. She raised her hand and smiled. "Head Chief Chu, you don't have to be so courteous. Thank you." Chu Li said, "You're too kind, consort. It's nothing." Consort Lu smiled. "The kitchen maids in my residence make good pastries. Sit down and try some." "Yes, thank you, consort." Chu Li did not bother with pleasantries and sat down. Lu Yurong sat next to him. Her faint fragrance wafted into his nose. Lung Ying sat on the other side and looked at him curiously and indignantly, wanting to hear what he was going to do. His cousin's sister would rather scold her eldest brother and accompany Chu Li. It was obvious that she had high hopes for him, but he did not know if he would be able to live up to her expectations. "Where's Head Chief Chu from?" Consort Lu chatted with Chu Li as if she was an ordinary married woman, friendly and easygoing. Chu Li chatted casually with her. The 2 of them talked about local customs and Wulin affairs, which Lung Ying listened with great interest. At noon, Princess Lu set up a banquet in the main hall of the front residence. Chu Li was alone, but the banquet in the imperial residence was extremely grand. There was only one consort in the imperial residence of King Jing, so Consort Lu was free to do whatever she wanted. Almost all the guards and maids in the mansion were mobilized. Delicacies were served one after another like flowing water. In the end, before a dish could be tasted, it was already taken away and another dish was served. Chu Li ate heartily. His stomach was like a bottomless pit. After he cultivated the heavenly demonic power, his appetite was different from ordinary people. Once he let loose, he could eat as much as 10 people. The food piled up together was enough to fill up his stomach 3 or 4 times, but he could eat it all. Lung Ying's eyes widened as she watched. Consort Lu ate very little. She only took a few mouthfuls of food and left first, letting Lu Yurong, Lung Ying, and Lung Feng accompany Chu Li to continue eating. "Your appetite is really shocking." Lu Yurong sat opposite Chu Li and shook her head. "You can eat so much." "Useless." Lung Feng scoffed. Chu Li smiled. "I cultivated the torso tuning technique, so my physical strength is exceptionally strong, and my appetite is also huge." "You cultivated the torso tuning technique?" Lu Yurong frowned. "Which one?" "The art of white tiger." Chu Li ate another piece of beef. Lu Yurong thought for a while. "The art of white tiger. I've heard of it. It's said to be an extremely superior torso tuning technique, but superior is still a torso tuning technique. How did you reach the innate mastery's boundary?" "I cultivated it after the innate mastery's boundary," Chu Li said. Lu Yurong nodded slowly. "No wonder. Your cultivation level is like this because you cultivated the art of white tiger." Chu Li said, "There must be some relationship." Lu Yurong gave him a sidelong glance. Although the art of white tiger was amazing, not everyone could cultivate it. More importantly, there were very few people who walked this path now. The seniors had already proven that this path was not possible, but Chu Li still dared to do it. It could be said that he was extremely daring. It seemed that he had cultivated the art of white tiger. That was why he had such speed. The same light body technique, he performed it faster, so his sword was faster. His strength was stronger, so naturally his sword was faster. She was thinking, should she try to find a torso tuning technique to cultivate? Then she shook her head and laughed. Her Empyrean fairy power already had the wonders of the torso tuning. There was no need to cultivate anything else. "The art of white tiger," Lung Feng scoffed. "What martial art is that? I've never heard of it. It's just a low-class martial art, right?" Chu Li smiled. Lu Yurong did not respond to his words, which made Lung Feng even angrier. All the more he could not leave. Lung Ying could not bear to watch. Her brother was being left out too much. "Cousin sister, what martial art is the art of white tiger?" It is one of the best torso tuning techniques, the antique study of the White Tiger Cave hundreds of years ago. White Tiger Cave? If that's the case, then there's no point. Forget it. You should look it up yourself. Cousin sister, Lung Ying said. Lu Yurong smiled. You're a girl, it's fine if you don't know this, but cousin brother, you don't know, it's not right. You fool around with those scoundrels all day long. You don't study. You're such a disappointment. What study? Just practice martial arts, Lung Feng said, unconvinced. Lu Yurong waved her hand, too lazy to continue talking to him. He was already an adult, not a child. What should he learn? What should he not learn? He knew it was not good, but he still did it. There was really nothing more to say. If he continued talking, he would be angry to death. All right, since we're full, it's time to leave. Chuli smiled. Lu Yurong said, That's good. I'll see you off. Sure. Chuli nodded. Lu Yurong turned her head to Lung Feng, who was about to stand up. I'll see him off myself. I'll have a word with him alone. Lung Feng frowned. Cousin sister, that's not good, is it? Lu Yurong's face darkened. Lung Feng quickly said, Cousin sister, this melon field, plum. Shut up. Lu Yurong said coldly. She turned her head and smiled at Chuli. Let's go. Chuli smiled and stood up, glanced at Lung Feng, and shook his head. Lung Feng stared at him, watching the two of them walk out of the main hall side by side. He gritted his teeth, the silver chopsticks in his hand deformed. Lung Ying shook her head and sighed helplessly. Her brother was really too much. He was blinded by greed. He kept doing stupid things. As a sister, she really couldn't help him. If she was Chuli, she would have turned against him and left. Chapter 421. P.S. Thank you, Alliance Leader Han Jiangyi, for the reward of 100,000. Chuli and Lu Yurong walked side by side and slowly reached the entrance. Is there anyone from the Holy Church of Light? Lu Yurong asked Chuli. Her beautiful face was right in front of him. Her cold fragrance wafted into his nose, but Chuli was not tempted. He knew that she could not touch him. There is one. Really? Lu Yurong was surprised. Chuli said, A maid, but this maid is very interesting. Interesting? Lu Yurong frowned at him and said impatiently, What's so interesting about the Holy Church of Light? Chuli shook his head. She did not come to the imperial residence to kill, but I think we should not disturb her now. The most important thing is that there is an assassin in the imperial residence of King Jing. We should capture him first. Assassin? Lu Yurong said. Not from the Holy Church of Light. Not from the Holy Church of Light. It is an assassin, lurking around the imperial residence, ready to strike at any time. He is about to strike. Who? Lu Yurong asked. Chuli said, I will draw a portrait later. Just follow the portrait to find the person. Anything else? Lu Yurong asked. Chuli smiled. The imperial residence of King Jing has tight security. Looks like you have investigated it yourself. Only these two. Lu Yurong scoffed. Fortunately, I did not waste my time. Although she was not a member of the imperial residence, she was deeply trusted by King Jing and the consort. Her status was extraordinary, and she had great power. Every time she came, she would comb through the imperial residence and get rid of any suspicious people. She would rather be wrong than let go. Chuli said, All right, send me here. I am going back. Lu Yurong said, I will go back with you to get the portrait. All right. Chuli smiled. Aren't you afraid of people gossiping? I want to see who dares to gossip. Lu Yurong said lightly. Chuli smiled and shook his head. You want to take the opportunity to see the actual situation in the imperial residence of King Yin. Lu Yurong scoffed. Aren't you the same? Both of them laughed. After returning to the imperial residence of King Yin, Chuli brought her straight to his courtyard. After Lu Yurong came in, she looked around Chuli's courtyard and entered the gazebo in the courtyard. Chuli personally ground the ink and drew a painting in one go. It's him? Lu Yurong frowned at the portrait in her hand. The man in the portrait was handsome and in high spirits. His appearance is outstanding, and he's a scholar. He must be His Royal Highness's strategist, right? Chuli smiled. One look, and I can tell that he's an intelligent person. He has been with uncle-in-law for a long time. Lu Yurong looked at him. If he wanted to assassinate uncle-in-law, he would have had the chance. That might not be the case. Chu Li smiled. Maybe he wasn't confident back then, so he didn't make a move. Now that he's confident, it's very likely that he's cultivated some kind of divine technique. If you don't make a move, he'll make a move. How did you know? Lu Yurong asked. Chu Li smiled, but did not answer. Lu Yurong scoffed. She knew that this secret would never be revealed to her. This could be Chu Li's biggest secret. And the other one? Lu Yurong asked. Chu Li shook his head. The other one can wait. That's a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. Lu Yurong said impatiently. You're putting the cart before the horse. I believe that if you catch this one, you'll be able to catch the other one. It's very interesting. Chu Li smiled. Lu Yurong said coldly, if anything happens to uncle-in-law, the public house will not have a good time. She knew where Chu Li's weakness was. It was the public house. Chu Li said, don't worry. All right, I'll catch this Tian Sure in 2 days. Lu Yurong said, why don't you investigate thoroughly before you make a move? Chu Li said. Lu Yurong glared at him, but did not refute. This Tian Sure was not an ordinary person. He was uncle-in-law's strategist and had contributed a lot. It was not appropriate to capture him just like that. She needed to investigate thoroughly first. With his intelligence, he'll notice once you make a move. Chu Li smiled. What should I do? I believe you'll have a way. Lu Yurong was deep in thought. In the evening, King Jing returned to the public house under the sunset glow. He was tall and burly with a handsome face. He had thick eyebrows and a pair of sharp eyes. His demeanor was calm and steady. He looked like he was in his 40s. He changed into a loose and soft robe and went to the backyard. Consort Lu was sitting in the gazebo reading a book. Lung Ying and Lu Yurong were leaning against the railing to feed the fish. Lung Feng was practicing his swordsmanship in the flower garden far away. Consort Lu put down her book and welcomed him with a smile. Lu Yurong curtsied. Uncle-in-law. King Jing waved his hand and sat opposite Consort Lu. Did Head Chief Chu come today? Yes. Consort Lu smiled. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. He's indeed a hero. Oh, King Jing smiled. To be able to catch the consort's eye, he must be a good person. He's knowledgeable and insightful. Consort Lu shook her head and smiled. He's indeed a powerful person that's comparable to Yurong. Then he's a genius. King Jing smiled. Third brother is very lucky. Lu Yurong laughed. King Jing smiled. What are you laughing at, Yurong? Lu Yurong smiled. Uncle-in-law, you're wrong. Kingen has this kind of luck, but he doesn't have this kind of tolerance. He can't tolerate Chu Li. Oh, King Jing looked interested. Didn't he help third brother with a meritorious deed a while ago? Lu Yurong told her about how Chu Li had killed 10 grandmasters. King Jing raised his eyebrows and muttered, this Chu Li is quite astute. He wants to eradicate the threat to the High Duke's public house in one fell swoop and break third brother's backbone. How accurate and ruthless. Lu Yurong smiled. Uncle-in-law, you're wise. Most people only think that Chu Li is acting on impulse, but they don't know what he's trying to do. He's steady, accurate, and ruthless when he does. He doesn't do anything, but when he does, he must have an ulterior motive. This Chu Li is really capable. King Jing smiled. Then, can we pull him over? It's not impossible, Lu Yurong muttered. King Jing leaned forward and asked, is there really a chance? Lu Yurong said, Kingen definitely won't tolerate him, but Co sure is the princess, so Chu Li won't leave on his own accord. The two of them will fight to the death, and in the end, Chu Li will be the one forced to leave. If that's the case, he can seek refuge with uncle-in-law if he wants to protect Co sure. It'll be a deterrent to Kingen. However, there's a problem with Prince Bao. We need to get ahead of him. From what I know, third brother is also ambitious, but he hides it well. Will he allow Chu Li to come over and help me? King Jing smiled. Chu Li knows the actual situation of King Anne's imperial residence, and I heard that he has great prestige. That depends on uncle-in-law's tactics. Help Chu Li at the crucial moment and pull him over. If he wants to protect the High Duke's public house, he might come to seek refuge with uncle-in-law. Lu Yurong smiled faintly. That makes sense. We need to plan this well. I'll leave it to you, Yurong. King Jing nodded slowly. Yes, Lu Yurong agreed. Consort Lu glanced at Lung Feng, who was cultivating in the flower bed. She sighed and shook her head. Did this brat make you angry again? King Jing smiled. Consort Lu said, he's narrow-minded and can't tolerate others. This child is too disappointing. When Chuli came today, I asked him to welcome him personally. I wanted to bury the hatchet, but he brought Chuli in through the side door. The smile on King Jing's face disappeared. Consort Lu said, with such a narrow-minded heart, how can he control a talent? Chapter 422. Lu Yurong said, Uncle-in-law, Aunt, you can't blame cousin-brother for this. Both of them looked at her. Lunging also looked over curiously, her eyes wide open. Lu Yurong said, his friends are all spoiled brats, and they all listen to him. The people in the fairy's capital also show some respect to uncle-in-law and treat him with respect. He is not mature yet, and he already has treatment that even the emperor does not have. How could he not become like this? King Jing nodded slowly. Yurong is right. It's my fault. He had always been focused on the matters of the imperial court, so he had very little control over Lung Feng. He left everything to the princess. Although the princess had a lot of control over Lung Feng promised her in person. He was a well-behaved son, and once he left, he returned to normal. Although Princess Lu wanted to punish him, she could not bear to do so. Princess Lu sighed. Do we really have to throw him to the border for another year? King Jing scoffed. That's not impossible. It's too dangerous, Princess Lu said. Lu Yurong muttered. Aunt, I have an idea. Princess Lu looked at her cautiously. Yurong, don't come up with stupid ideas to mess with him. It's really for his own good this time. Lu Yurong pursed her lips and chuckled. Let him be a scribe in my residence. Doesn't he think he's better than Chuli? Chuli started as a rank 1 servant and rose to rank 1 in 2 years. If he thinks he's better than Chuli, then he should give it a try, so he doesn't become arrogant. King Jing scoffed. He has great ambition, but little talent. What can he achieve? Your Royal Highness. Princess Lu looked at him in dissatisfaction. King Jing said, Don't talk about rank 1. I'll thank the heavens if he can even become rank 8. When Chuli first entered the public house, he hadn't built his foundation and didn't know martial arts. Cousin brother is much stronger than him. His martial arts are not bad, and he has been to the battlefield before. Can't he rise to rank 8 in a year? Princess Lu quickly nodded. Lu Yurong said, The only way to get rid of his temper is to stay in the House of High Dukes. Don't let anyone know his identity. Let him understand what kind of person he really is and how capable he is. Don't think that he was born with uncle's abilities. King Jing remained silent. This matter was not that simple. He glanced at Lu Yurong. Once Lung Feng entered the High Duke's public house, he would be completely tied to the High Duke's public house. Lung Feng would be branded as a member of the High Duke's public house, which would greatly affect his future. He would become an anomaly among the imperial crown princes. He would also be affected because of his close relationship with the House of High Dukes. Lu Yurong was his niece, but it was different from him being with the House of High Duke. Lu Yurong seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Uncle-in-law, let Lung Feng hide his identity and go there. Then, tell others that he went to the border and no one will find out. That's right, that's right. Princess Lu quickly nodded. She thought Lu Yurong's idea was brilliant. Once she became a scribe in the public house, she would not have to worry about her safety. This was what she was most concerned about. Everything else was less important in the face of safety. Moreover, being an imperial bodyguard would also help him get rid of his impetuous temperament. It was the best of both worlds. It couldn't be better. Let me think about it. King Jing smiled. Chuli came today. Did he find the mole? He did not have much hope. The inside of the public house was not like the outside. It had been carefully sorted out by Lu Yurong. Even he felt that he had overdone it. Lu Yurong slowly said, Chuli said that Tian Shi is an assassin. Tian Shi? King Jing was stunned. He suddenly laughed. This Chuli, don't tell me he wants to cut off one of my arms? Princess Lu quickly said, It can't be Tian Shi. He was saved by your uncle-in-law by the roadside. If it wasn't for your uncle-in-law, he would have died from illness. Moreover, he has been doing his best to help your uncle-in-law come up with strategies for the past few years. How can he be a mole? You're saying that Tian sure knows martial arts? King Jing asked. Lu Yurong said, yes, his martial arts should be very high. Impossible. King Jing shook his head. He doesn't know martial arts. Lu Yurong frowned. Logically, Chu Li wouldn't lie to me. Could he have an ulterior motive? King Jing muttered. But that can't be right. Chu Li might not know Tian sure. Then let's try to deceive him, Lu Yurong said. King Jing slowly nodded. In the main hall of the imperial residence of King Jing, the lanterns were lit. Lu Yurong sat on King Jing's left and Tian Shi on his right. Opposite them were two white-browed elders. Tian Shi was handsome with a beard. He had an elegant temperament. The two elders opposite him had white hair and a ruddy complexion. They had snow-white eyebrows and hair, and their faces were as red as a baby's. They were obviously people who knew how to take care of their health. Regarding the Holy Church of Light, King Jing frowned and said, there might be a disciple of the Holy Church of Light in our residence. We have to investigate this. The atmosphere in the Ministry of War has been tense for the past 2 days. Everyone is in danger. A disciple of the Holy Church of Light sneaked into the hunting ceremony. This shows how scary they are. They're not afraid of death. They're a huge threat. We must find them. Your Royal Highness, our residence has an iron threshold. How could a disciple of the Holy Church of Light sneak in? One of the elders stroked his beard and smiled. If it was in other residences, I would believe it. But it's impossible in our residence. Most likely, King Jing scoffed. The disciples of the Holy Church of Light are extraordinary. They can hide their martial arts. They can even disguise themselves as grandmasters who don't know martial arts. Your Royal Highness, where should we start? Tian Shi closed fist saluted. King Jing said, start with the maids. The most inconspicuous ones are usually the most suspicious. Check every single one of them carefully. Don't miss any. All right. Tian Shi nodded and sighed. I didn't expect the Holy Church of Light to have their hands in our residence. Miss Lu must have found out about this, right? Lu Yurong smiled. I guessed it. The Holy Church of Light might have spies in every residence. With no exception. If that's the case, Tian Shi said calmly. Looks like we have to investigate this thoroughly. Senior Tian, I think this person must be among the maids, Lu Yurong said. Moreover, he must be close to the Royal Highness's maids. That makes sense, Tian Shi said. He stroked his beard and sighed. The Royal Highness's safety is more important. We must investigate this thoroughly. What a pity. He suddenly exhaled and unconsciously flicked his sleeves. If this was any other time, King Jing would not have been vigilant and would not have noticed his action. Now that King Jing had been reminded by Lu Yurong, he was extremely vigilant. He subconsciously moved his palms in front of his chest. Bang! The two forces collided with each other, and a turbulent energy spread out. The two elders with white eyebrows and beards tumbled out. Lu Yurong caught them in time and sent them out of the main hall. When they returned to the living room, King Jing and Tian Shi were already fighting. King Jing was a grandmaster. Tian Shi was usually like a scholar, but at this moment, he was like a ghost. His body movement technique was extremely fast, and his palms were elegant and ruthless. He forced King Jing to retreat. King Jing said in a low voice, Tian Shi, I've always treated you well. Why are you doing this? Please forgive me, Your Royal Highness. Tian Shi's movements were elegant and his words were light. After my father died at the hands of Your Royal Highness, my father's vengeance is absolutely irreconcilable. I can only do this. Whose son are you? Tian Hong. Tian Hong. King Jing frowned. He did not remember. Tian Shi said calmly, Your Royal Highness has killed too many people. How could you remember a mere 9th rank official? I originally wanted to wait until Your Royal Highness has achieved something great before making a move. Unfortunately, things are unpredictable. I can only deal with Your Royal Highness first. Chapter 423. P.S. The 12 alliances have been formed. The alliance leader's nickname is Number 2. Tianshi smiled faintly and declined to comment. Lu Yurong said, "The disciple from the Holy Church of Light must be among the maids. Miss Lu is very smart." Tianshi said, "It's a pity that smart people don't live long." Lu Yurong asked, "Are you trying to kill His Royal Highness, or are you trying to protect that disciple from the Holy Church of Light?" Tianshi remained silent. Lu Yurong smiled. "If you want to protect the disciple of the Holy Church of Light, I can spare her life. However, you can't take revenge on her either. She'll use her life in exchange for your father's, and you'll still serve in the imperial residence. What do you think?" Tianshi frowned and looked at her. He secretly sighed at how terrifying Lu Yurong was. She was so calculative and vicious. He hesitated. Should he save her, or should he kill King Jing for revenge? Lu Yurong said, "With me here, you won't be able to kill His Highness. In that case, your sweetheart won't be able to escape either. You won't be able to avenge yourself, and your sweetheart won't be able to escape either. You have no choice. Why not choose one?" King Jing scoffed. "Tianshi, if you promise not to seek revenge, I can pretend that nothing happened." Tianshi shook his head and said, "Your Highness, I can only let you down. My father's vengeance is absolutely irreconcilable. As his son, if I can't avenge him, I will be ashamed to face my ancestors." "Senior Tian, you are a smart person. Why do you have to be so stubborn?" Lu Yurong hurriedly said, "His Royal Highness is fair and just. If your father died under His Royal Highness's blade, then he must have deserved it. Besides, it's only right for me to die. I have to avenge myself," Tianshi said. His figure suddenly became fainter, as if his body had melted into the water and a part of it had melted. All of a sudden, it was as if he had become another person. His speed was as fast as lightning. King Jing could not dodge in time and was hit in the chest with a bang. "Ugh!" King Jing spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Highness!" Lu Yurong's face darkened, and she said coldly, "If that's the case, I can only grant your wish. Guards, here!" 8 grandmasters rushed into the house and rushed towards Tianshi. However, Tianshi was like a flash of light. He instantly broke through the 8 people's siege and appeared in front of King Jing. Lu Yurong also appeared in front of King Jing. Their palms were facing each other. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lu Yurong's bluish-white gown fluttered. She stood firmly on the spot and stood in front of King Jing. Tianshi took 2 steps back and frowned at Lu Yurong. He knew that Lu Yurong was a master, but he did not expect her to be so powerful. Even though he had achieved great success in his martial arts, he still could not defeat her. Her inner energy was unusually pure and extremely strange, as it started to destroy the moment it entered his body. Lu Yurong looked at him with a frown and scoffed. "You're really something." She waved her hand. The 8 grandmasters' faces darkened. Their speed was far inferior to Tianshi's, and their profound cultivation level was useless against him. They wanted to rush forward again, but Lu Yurong waved her hand, and they stopped, only surrounding her. Lu Yurong gently flipped her palm, and a white light flashed on her face. The color of his face changed, as if he had really turned into white jade. She seemed to be carved out of white jade, without a trace of the mortal world's aura. Tianshi's figure became fainter and fainter, as if he was at the bottom of a lake. His figure was indistinct, and his exact location could not be seen clearly. He swayed, and it seemed like an illusion at the same time. Tianshi turned into a ray of light, and actually passed through Lu Yurong's body, instantly appearing in front of King Jing. He pushed out his palm, and a layer of light appeared in front of King Jing. Bam! Lu Yurong appeared in front of King Jing again and blocked his palm. Tianshi's body flashed, and he took 2 steps back. Lu Yurong swayed and appeared in front of Tianshi. She pushed out her palm again, and the flawless white palm was as light as a feather. Bam! Tianshi took another 2 steps back, and his body flashed. Lu Yurong's white face was expressionless, and her gaze was emotionless. She pushed out her palm again. Tianshi wanted to dodge, but the white jade hand always accurately hit him when he was about to move, and he had no choice but to take it head-on. Bam, 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 bam. Lu Yurong's white jade hand kept hitting Tian Shi's right palm. The light on Tian Shi's body flickered, and it became brighter and brighter. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Tian Shi must have cultivated some kind of strange martial arts, and his body movement was extraordinarily fast. Unfortunately, he encountered Lu Yurong, and it was obvious that he was born at the wrong time. Bam! Tian Shi's body, he finally could not block it, and his chest was hit. Lu Yurong looked at him calmly and raised her white right palm and slowly pushed it down. Bam! A red shadow flashed by and stood in front of Tian Shi, blocking Lu Yurong's palm. It was a woman in a pink gown. Tian Shi cried out involuntarily, "Third mother!" The woman in the pink gown was beautiful, and her gaze was cold. She said coldly, "Tian Shi, you shouldn't have done it." Tian Shi shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his handsome face. "I shouldn't have done it. He originally wanted to kill King Jing and cause chaos. He could avenge himself and complete the task for Third Mother without exposing herself. He never thought that there would be a variable like Lu Yurong. He did not expect that not only would he fail to kill King Jing, but Third Mother's whereabouts would also be exposed. In this way, he had delayed her mission. "Can you do it?" The woman in the pink gown said. "Let's break out of here." "I can't do it. You go first." Tian Shi shook his head. "I knew this day would come, and I can finally close my eyes in peace." "Why are you closing your eyes when you haven't avenged yourself?" The woman in the pink gown scoffed. "We must escape," Lu Yurong said. "You're a disciple of the Holy Church of Light, aren't you?" "That's right," the woman in the pink gown said. "The person you're looking for is me. You're here to assassinate His Royal Highness?" "I guess so." "I don't think so." Lu Yurong shook her head. "If you're not here to assassinate His Royal Highness, then what are you here for?" "It's for Tian Shi, right? You like Tian Shi, right?" The woman in the pink gown looked surprised. Lu Yurong said, "He's here for revenge, and you're here to save him. Is a man like this worth it? Is he worth risking his life?" Sanyang said, "So what if he's worth it or not?" Lu Yurong said, "If he gives up on revenge, then we'll let you go. You can live freely, but he still chose revenge. Even so, do you still think it's worth it?" "If he gives up on revenge, then he won't be the person I like," Sanyang said. Lu Yurong shook her head and sighed. "Love really makes people dizzy. If that's the case, then let's see what you're capable of. The secret skill of the Holy Church of Light is so powerful. I'd like to see it for myself." Sanyang flashed past Lu Yurong and appeared in front of King Jing. King Jing scoffed angrily. He was the one who was being bullied, and it was infuriating. Lu Yurong appeared in front of Sanyang. Her face became even whiter, like white jade, and her body movement technique became faster. Bang! Their palms collided, and it sounded like a thunderclap. King Jing's clothes fluttered, and he could not help but narrow his eyes. Lu Yurong and Sanyang's gowns fluttered, and their palms collided again. Bang, 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 bang. Sanyang's palms became fiercer, but Lu Yurong was not at a disadvantage. She was determined, and she activated her secret skill. Suddenly, Lu Yurong let out a soft whistle, and the whistle sounded like it came from the horizon. Her temperament changed, and she no longer had the aura of a mortal. Her skin was like ice, and her bones were like jade. She was like a fairy from Gushi Mountain, and it seemed like she could fly away with the wind at any time and ascend to the heavens. Chapter 424. P.S. The 13th Alliance is born. Its leader is the 5 elements: Yin-Yang, Universe, Starlight Extinction. Lu Yurong gently pressed her palm forward. Suddenly, a surge of energy came from the void, condensing at the tip of her palm, forming a vague outline of a palm. The energy from the void continued to surge, faster and faster, finally condensing into a white jade palm. It was the same size as Lu Yurong's right hand, as if it was sculpted from white jade based on her own hand. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast, condensing in the blink of an eye. The white jade palm disappeared in a flash, reappearing in front of San Yang's chest, disappearing without a sound. San Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. As if a rope was yanked from behind, she flew straight up and crashed into Tianshi's chest. Tianshi quickly called out, "San Yang." Lu Yurong lightly pressed her palm forward again. The energy from the void condensed into a white jade palm, appearing in front of Tianshi's chest. Then, like a drop of water falling into a drought field, it disappeared without a sound. Tianshi leaned against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, lying limply on San Yang's body. San Yang forced herself not to close her eyes, smiling at Tianshi. Tianshi strenuously stretched out his palm, wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, a smile on his handsome face. He gently said, "San Yang, we can't escape. I've let you down in this life. I'll repay your kindness in the next." San Yang smiled contentedly. "I'm satisfied to be able to lie in your arms and die. The heavens have been kind to me." "San Yang," Tianshi sighed, gazing at her affectionately. "We shouldn't have met. If you hadn't met me, you wouldn't have been ruined. I'm very happy that we met." San Yang's voice was getting weaker, but her smile was even sweeter. "For you, I'm happy to do anything. The world is so beautiful, I don't feel tired at all." "San Yang," Tianshi shook his head lightly. San Yang spoke weakly but clearly. "It's a pity that I'm useless. I couldn't save you even after learning the Holy Church of Light's martial arts. I originally planned to save you when you were about to take your revenge and if you were in danger. If you weren't in danger, I'd stay by your side and we'd escape together. It's a pity that I haven't mastered the Holy Church of Light's martial arts." "San Yang, you're such a silly girl." Tianshi reached out and caressed her fair face. He smiled and said, "I've lived my entire life for the sake of revenge. I never thought that I'd be able to have you by my side. My life has not been in vain." Lu Yurong's face turned pale. When the two palms were formed, the insides of her body were completely emptied. She was extremely weak. If they were not in King Jing's imperial residence, she would not have dared to use this secret skill. With a sweet smile on her face, San Yang slowly stopped breathing. Tianshi sighed softly. "San Yang." He caressed her face, his hand trembling as tears streamed down from the corner of his eyes. His hand slowly stopped, and he sat still. His breath disappeared. The hall was silent. Everyone stared at the two of them, speechless. Lu Yurong's eyes flickered, but her face was expressionless. After a while, King Jing sighed. "Bury the two of them?" "Yes." The 8 protectors' fist saluted and carried the two of them out of the hall. Lu Yurong sat quietly in the armchair. She seemed to be deep in thought. She did not move an inch. King Jing's face was gloomy. He did not seem to be happy about killing the assassins. After a long while, King Jing let out a long sigh. "Losing Tianshi is like losing an arm." "Sigh, Tian Hong. I really can't remember this person. Uncle-in-law, he's not your man after all." Lu Yurong's expression was downcast. "If he were to plot against us at a critical moment in the future, the losses would be unimaginable. It's better to get rid of him now." "Yes." King Jing slapped the armrest of his chair and sighed. "What a pity. He's really stubborn." Sigh. He looked regretful as he shook his head. Lu Yurong remained silent. "Yurong, are you all right?" King Jing looked at her and asked with concern. "It must have taken you a lot of effort to take care of them, right?" "The secret skill of the Holy Church of Light is very powerful," Lu Yurong said. "We have to kill her before she can fully activate it. Otherwise, if we can't suppress it, the entire imperial residence will suffer." "It's that powerful?" "Prince Bao knows best," Lu Yurong said. "Even he can't suppress it. I've decided. We'll bury the two of them and tell the public that young Feng was assassinated." King Jing said in a low voice. He saw Lu Yurong's martial arts and thought about his son. Finally, he made up his mind. He would not care about anything else. He would throw him into the High Duke's public house first. Whether he was a dragon or a worm depended on his own luck. If he continued to spoil him, he would still be useless. Lu Yurong nodded. "Uncle-in-law is wise. I'll leave him to you. You know how to deal with him. King Jing scoffed. I won't ask. Lu Yurong smiled. The next morning, Lu Yurong slowly cultivated in her courtyard to soothe her body. After a night, her fatigue and weakness had disappeared. The Empyrean fairy power was magical. After she finished cultivating, she put on a loose white robe and sat in the pagoda. It was sunny outside and the weather was good. However, she was not in a good mood. She was lazy and could not lift her spirits. The two maids saw that she was in a bad mood and did not disturb her. They quietly served her tea and placed the fruits on the stone table. They stood at the side and did not make a sound. Bang! The courtyard door was slammed open. Lung Feng stormed into the courtyard angrily and rushed into the pagoda. He asked loudly, Cousin sister, was it your idea? Lu Yurong glanced at him. What idea? The assassin is dead. Why are you saying that I'm dead? I'm still alive. How could I be dead? Lung Feng said loudly. You should ask uncle-in-law about his decision. Don't bother me. Lu Yurong waved her hand and took a sip of tea. Even if it was father's decision, it must have been your idea, right? Lung Feng scoffed. Throw me into the High Duke's public house as a servant. Cousin sister, what were you thinking? Lu Yurong sipped her tea and did not look at him. I know. You must think that I'm an eyesore. Lung Feng scoffed. I'm delaying you and Chu Li, right? Yes. Lu Yurong nodded and put down her teacup. You're right. What's so good about him? Lung Feng's face turned red. He shouted. He's just a scribe. Your standards are too low. How could you like someone like him? Lu Yurong looked at him. You think you're better than Chu Li? Of course. Lung Feng scoffed. Lu Yurong said, Your martial arts is better than Chu Li's? Smarter than Chu Li? Other than being the son of His Royal Highness, what other abilities do you have? You? Lung Feng's face turned even redder. Lu Yurong said, I'm not Chu Li's opponent. What about you? Can you even take one hit from me? Cousin sister, don't go overboard. Lung Feng scoffed. I'm not that bad. You're just that bad. Lu Yurong said, How about this? If you can take one hit from me without getting hurt, you don't have to go to the High Duke's public house. If you can't, you'll have to be an obedient servant. Lung Feng scoffed. Fine. One hit it is. Are you ready? Lu Yurong said. Come. Lung Feng put his hands in front of his body. He scoffed. I'm not the same person I was a year ago. Lu Yurong swung her palm. Bam! Lung Feng flew out of the courtyard. Chapter 425. P.S. The 14th Guild has been born. Guild Master Darkwing V. The two maids closed the door and returned to the pagoda with a smile. Lu Yurong's mood improved a little after the slap, and her gloominess dissipated. She had been thinking about Tian Shi and San Yang. She laughed at their idiocy, but she also realized that her views had been shaken. She had thought that benefits were always the most important thing in this world, that emotions were fragile in front of benefits, and that love was hypocritical and laughable, not worth mentioning. However, she had seen it with her own eyes and had even killed two infatuated people with her own hands. It was a huge blow to her. She tried her best to remain calm and peaceful, but found herself thinking about the two of them. San Yang's sweet smile and Tian Shi's tears kept appearing in her mind. She tossed and turned last night and did not sleep well. She was still depressed this morning. She did not regret her ruthlessness. If she had not been ruthless, the people from the imperial residence would have been the ones to suffer. However, she could not get rid of the frustration in her heart after killing the two of them. Lung Feng's arrival was like a knife's edge. Not teaching him a lesson was already a testament to her self-control. She got up and left the pagoda. Opening the door, the two maids followed her out. Miss, where are you going? One of the maids asked softly. Is the morning hall set up? Yes, it was set up last night. Let's go take a look. What's there to see about two assassins? Little? Little? Yes. The two maids did not dare to provoke her anymore, and obediently followed her to the morning hall. As Lu Yurong's confidants, they naturally knew about Lung Feng. The morning hall was set up in a grand manner, with white curtains and fluttering paper money. Lung Feng's memorial tablet was placed in the hall. The imperial residents put it up for others to see, so it was no wonder that Lung Feng went crazy. It was too inauspicious for a living person to have a memorial tablet, and he could not appear in the fairies' capital from now on. If he appeared, it would be implicating his parents, which was tantamount to saying that they had lied to everyone. Lu Yurong walked straight to a small morning hall next to it. There were 2 coffins in the small morning hall. The dark purple coffins exuded a chilly aura, and the morning hall was exceptionally cold. There was no one else in this small morning hall. It was cold and cheerless, and there was only an incense burner. The incense still lingered in the air. When the 2 maids stepped into the morning hall, their footsteps were hesitant and somewhat afraid. Lu Yurong first lit a stick of incense and bowed in front of the 2 coffins. Then, she straightened up and stared at them, motionless. The image of San Yang's sweet smile appeared in her mind, and she sighed. "Miss, are these the 2 assassins?" "Yes," Lu Yurong said lightly. The 2 maids whispered, "Why are we offering incense to them?" Lu Yurong snorted. The 2 girls quickly shut their mouths and stood aside. After a long while, Lu Yurong sighed and said in a low voice, "The 2 of you will accompany each other on the road to hell. You'll be together forever. Don't blame me." She patted the coffin and turned to leave. When she was about to step out of the morning hall, she suddenly stopped and frowned in silence. The 2 girls were about to follow her out when they asked, "Miss?" Lu Yurong frowned and did not say a word. She stood still at the entrance of the morning hall. The 2 maids knew that she was deep in thought and did not want to disturb her, so they watched her quietly. After a while, Lu Yurong frowned and said, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" the 2 girls asked. Lu Yurong returned to the coffin and scoffed, "Open it." The 2 maids were shocked and said awkwardly, "Miss, once the coffin is closed, it can't be opened again. It will disturb their peace and be disrespectful to them." "If the coffin is empty," Lu Yurong scoffed. "Little? Close? Up? Empty?" The 2 girls were shocked. Their small hands hit the 4 corners of the coffin a few times. Then they placed their hands on the lid and slowly lifted it up. They closed their eyes and held their breath, then turned their heads to the back. "Miss, is it really empty?" "If it's empty," Lu Yurong said coldly. The 2 girls quickly looked inside and found that it was indeed empty. It was an empty coffin. With their fear gone, they put down the lid and looked inside. They asked curiously, "Why are there 2 empty coffins? Where did they go? Could it be that they didn't die and escaped by themselves?" The 2 maids discussed softly. "Didn't die?" Lu Yurong's expression changed, and she turned to leave. The 2 maids quickly chased after her. "Miss, close the coffin back. You don't have to follow me." Lu Yurong waved her hand. She left the imperial residence of King Jing and went to the imperial residence of King and Chief. Zhu hurried out to welcome her with a face full of smiles and great enthusiasm. "Chief Zhu, where's Chu Li?" Lu Yurong curtsied and asked calmly. "The head chief has instructed that when Miss Lu comes, please go to his courtyard," Chief Zhu said with a smile. Lu Yurong said lightly, "Thank you, Chief Zhu." I don't dare." Chief Zhu quickly waved his hand and led the way with a smile on his face. When they arrived at Chu Li's courtyard, Chief Zhu quickly bid farewell and left. Lu Yurong pushed the door open and entered. She saw Chu Li in a white robe, sitting alone in the pagoda and drinking tea. He was surrounded by a desolate aura. The fragrance of the tea lingered in the air. It was a superb tea. She walked into the pagoda and sat opposite Chu Li, bringing with her a cold fragrance. Her limpid eyes stared at him. Chu Li smiled and pushed the teacup to her. "Try it. You did it, didn't you?" Lu Yurong said coldly. Chu Li looked up at her. "What? Tian Shi and San Yang?" Lu Yurong laughed coldly. "Did you give them the spirit blessing pill?" Chu Li raised his eyebrows and smiled. As expected of Lu Yurong. "It was you, despicable." Lu Yurong gritted her teeth and said hatefully. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "How can I say that? You killed your people, and I saved mine. Neither of us delayed the other. Isn't that a happy ending?" Lu Yurong's eyes flashed, and she stared at him coldly, a sarcastic smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. "You took advantage of me." She had thought it through on the way here. Chu Li took advantage of her. Not only did he get her to help, he also got Tian Shi and Shenyang back. Both of them were killed by her, and he saved them. That was a life-saving grace. With his life-saving grace, with his means, these two would definitely be used by him. One was a strategist from the imperial residence of King Jing. He was extremely intelligent and knew the ins and outs of the imperial residence of King Jing. The other was a disciple of the Holy Church of Light and was well-versed in the martial arts of the Holy Church of Light. To the imperial residence of King Jing, these two were scourges that needed to be eliminated. But to Chu Li, they were invaluable. Chu Li said, "Actually, Miss Liu, you're thinking too much. I didn't save them because I wanted to use them. I just couldn't bear to let them die like this. If people as affectionate as them died, the world might not be too boring." "Ridiculous," Lu Yurong said coldly. "You wanted to use them anyway. You just mixed in a little sympathy." Chu Li shook his head. "I don't want just anyone. You've taken advantage of me, and you're still pretending." Lu Yurong scoffed. "How did you arrange for them?" Chu Li said, "They will enter the house of High Duke. Coincidentally, Master Xiao Taiying needs a strategist. Tian Shi is the most suitable." Chapter 426. P.S. The 15th Guild has been born, Guild Master Jiao Jiao. You really had the heart to do it back then. Chu Li took a sip of his tea and shook his head with a smile. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be so hard-hearted. No matter how infatuated and pitiful they are still my opponents. Lu Yurong looked at him coldly. "As long as they are my opponents, I will not show mercy." Chu Li smiled. "We're opponents, right? What do you think?" Lu Yurong said, "I'll remember this time. I know you'll come back." Chu Li nodded and said, "But now that Lung Feng has entered the public house, aren't you afraid that he'll be in danger?" "Don't you dare." Lu Yurong frowned. Her eyes suddenly turned cold. She could hear the threat in Chu Li's words. If she were to get back at him this time, he would deal with Lung Feng. Chu Li waved his hand. "I don't want to fall out with King Jing. If you act recklessly, the public house won't have peace anymore." Lu Yurong said coldly. Chu Li chuckled. "Forget it. We both know each other's weaknesses, so we can't do anything to each other. What secret skill did you use at the end? You really were there." Lu Yurong scoffed. Chu Li said, "How can I not watch such a bustling scene? The power of this palm is boundless. Even I can't block it. As long as you understand." Lu Yurong glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "This is the Empyrean fairy palm. My cultivation level is still low. If my cultivation level was high enough, I would be able to use it in an instant. A casual palm strike would be the Empyrean fairy palm. The Empyrean fairy power is indeed powerful." Chu Li exclaimed. Lu Yurong frowned at him. "Is the sun cultivating white tiger portrait really that powerful?" She went back and did a thorough research on the sun cultivating white tiger portrait. She realized that it was rare to find a cultivator, and the only one who did was killed by Chu Li, who took away the sun cultivating white tiger portrait. Chu Li sighed and nodded. "The sun cultivating white tiger portrait is extremely powerful. I think everyone has gone down the wrong path. The torso tuning technique isn't as bad as it seems. Many ancient martial arts are torso tuning techniques. Times have changed. The present is different from the past." Lu Yurong shook her head and said, "How many of the lost skills from the past can be passed down forever? Many martial arts are no longer suitable for cultivation now. It's probably a matter of personal aptitude," Chu Li said. Lu Yurong nodded slightly. "Our bloodline is getting weaker and weaker. If this continues, after 1,000 years, our current martial arts might not be passed down." Chu Li could not help but laugh. Miss Liu has thought far ahead. Lu Yurong rolled her eyes at him and scoffed. "Are there no disciples of the Holy Church of Light in your residence?" Chu Li shook his head. "Impossible." Lu Yurong scoffed. Chu Li said, "If that's the case, the Holy Church of Light doesn't have as many disciples as we thought. There's only one in the imperial residence of King Jing. The other residences might not have one." "I hope so." Lu Yurong felt uncomfortable at the mention of this. Then, he remembered how Chu Li had taken advantage of him. Shenyang was a grandmaster, and Tian Shi was also a grandmaster. Compared to his status as a grandmaster, what was more valuable was his intelligence. One Tian Shi was equivalent to a few grandmasters. Chu Li stretched his body and smiled. Master Xiao Taiying is getting married soon. When will the masters of the Ren public house arrive? Isn't Miss Lu going to join in the fun? Lu Yurong calmly said, I don't want to see CEO Tai Ying's proud face. Chu Li smiled. That's a pity. I don't think it will be very lively, Lu Yurong said. Chu Li knew what she was implying. The last time they killed 10 grandmasters in one fell swoop, establishing the E-public house's status and deterrence. This time's big wedding would probably be very peaceful, and there would not be any stupid people causing trouble. It's better to be prepared, Chu Li said. The two of them chatted for a while more. It seemed like a casual conversation, but every sentence was filled with intrigue. They were testing each other and looking for each other's weaknesses. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xueling's voice was heard. Master, there are 2 monks outside the residence. They want to visit His Royal Highness. 2 monks? Chu Li frowned. He used the omniscient mirror and saw the 2 monks outside. One was a middle-aged monk with thick eyebrows, and the other was a docile, ugly young monk. Lu Yurong looked at him. Chu Li said, They're from the Tempest Temple. They're here so soon? Lu Yurong was surprised. Although she used her connections to push them, she did not expect the Tempest Temple to act so quickly. It had only been a few days, and they were already here. It seemed that they valued the Azura power technique more than she imagined. Let Chief Zhu welcome them into the main hall. Chu Li said. Yes. Xueling responded. I'll meet the 2 monks too. Lu Yurong said. Chu Li nodded. The 2 of them finished their tea and went to the main hall. There were 2 monks sitting in the main hall. They did not touch the tea that was served. They sat in the armchairs with the curtains down and fiddled with their prayer beads as if they were meditating. Chu Li and Xueling entered. The monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood up and bowed. I'm F.A. Xiang. Greetings, almsgiver Chu and this lady. Great Master F.A. Xiang is from the Tempest Temple. Chu Li closed fists, saluted, and smiled. Apologies for not welcoming you earlier. Who is this young master? I'm Ming Xing, the ugly monk quickly bowed. Chu Li looked at Ming Xing. Almsgiver Chu, I'd like to meet His Royal Highness King, and F.A. Xiang bowed. I hope Almsgiver Chu can grant my request. Chu Li said, Great Master F.A. Xiang, I'm really sorry. His Royal Highness is currently in isolated cultivation. He can't meet any guests. Is His Royal Highness King and cultivating the Azura power technique? About that, forgive me for not being able to tell you. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. We don't know what kind of martial arts His Royal Highness is cultivating. F.A. Xiang raised his eyebrows and looked at him calmly. Almsgiver Chu, His Royal Highness King, and is cultivating the Azura power technique. Oh, Chu Li smiled. How did you know? I've cultivated the Azura power technique before. F.A. Xiang said slowly. I know the hardships of cultivating the Azura power technique. That's why I'm here to advise His Royal Highness King and not to cultivate it anymore. The sea of bitterness is boundless. You'll have to wait until His Royal Highness is done with his isolated cultivation. Chu Li smiled. I'm just afraid that it'll be too late by then. F.A. Xiang pressed his palms together and said slowly, Almsgiver Chu, for the sake of the people of the world, I hope Almsgiver Chu can grant my wish to meet His Royal Highness King, and Chu Li shook his head. His Royal Highness is an isolated cultivation. No one can disturb him. The one guarding him is revered Sir Suning. Suning? F.A. Xiang frowned. He's already out of the temple, so the 2 great masters still recognize him. Chu Li smiled. We're really fated. If that's the case, let's ask revered Sir Suning for his opinion. Then I'll have to trouble Almsgiver Chu to lead the way. F.A. Xiang pressed his palms together. Chu Li fists saluted and left the living room with Lu Yurong. They soon arrived outside the cultivation courtyard. A cattail hassock was placed outside the cultivation courtyard. Suning was sitting on it, motionless like a statue. Hearing footsteps, Suning slowly opened his eyes. He quietly looked at Chu Li, then at F.A. Xiang and Xingming. Suning. F.A. Xiang pressed his palms together and said, I didn't expect you to leave the temple so soon. Su Ning calmly said, What business do you have with the Tempest Temple? Is His Royal Highness King and cultivating the Azura power technique inside? Fa Xiang asked. Su Ning calmly nodded. Fa Xiang's face darkened. He shouted, Nonsense! Su Ning looked at him without a change in expression. Fa Xiang said, It's not like you don't know the consequences of cultivating the Azura power technique. How can you allow His Royal Highness King and to cultivate it? His Royal Highness is aware, Su Ning said. I've told His Royal Highness about it, but he insisted. Chapter 427. Su Ning smiled. Fa Xiang, how do you know that I did not try to persuade His Highness? Fa Xiang said in a low voice, If you really tried to persuade him and explain the pros and cons clearly, His Highness King would not cultivate the Azura power technique. Su Ning said, His Royal Highness has always been a determined person. Not to mention me. Even you, Fa Xiang, would not be able to persuade him. How do you know it's useless? Fa Xiang said coldly. If you don't try your best to persuade him and treat him coldly, how can you persuade His Highness King? Fa Xiang. Su Ning shook his head and said, I admit that I'm not as good as you with your eloquence, but His Highness is at a crucial point in his cultivation and cannot be disturbed. It is even more impossible for him to listen to your advice. Please leave. Su Ning, you should know the consequences of successfully cultivating the Azura power technique. Fa Xiang raised his thick eyebrows and looked furious. You people from the Titanium Temple are indifferent to all living beings. You're simply insane. This Azura power technique was passed down from your Tempest Temple, Su Ning said calmly. Fa Xiang scoffed. The Tempest Temple has sealed this divine technique because we pity all living beings. Your Titanium Temple has seen cultivators, and not only did you not stop them, you even assisted them in their cultivation. This is a heinous crime. Your Great Lane Temple always says that you pity all living beings. If you really pity all living beings, then you should abolish all martial arts. That would be the real pity for all living beings. You cultivate, but don't let others cultivate. Is this the Great Lane Temple's way of compassion? Su Ning said lightly, You are just trying to interrupt His Royal Highness cultivation. It's a pity that His Royal Highness is in the palace and can't hear the dispute here. In that case, this penniless monk can only use force. Fa Xiang scoffed and said coldly, Su Ning, your Titanium Temple's divine power is powerful, but my Tempest Temple is not idle either. Let's have a duel. Su Ning shook his head and said, There's no point in competing. Even if I lose, I won't give way. Su Ning, you're forcing me to make a move. Fa Xiang shook his head and said in a deep voice, Forget it. I'll chant a sutra as a prayer for all living beings in the world. As he spoke, he sat on the ground. Xingming also sat on the ground. Ignoring the mud on the ground, he started chanting. Su Ning looked at the two of them and said calmly, Fa Xiang, it's useless. His Royal Highness is determined and will not be shaken by you. Fa Xiang muttered softly and began to chant. Xingming also opened his mouth and chanted softly. At first, their voices were barely audible, but they gradually became clearer. Lu Yurong glanced at Chu Li, who nodded lightly. The battle had already begun. Fa Xiang and Xingming's chanting must have been aimed at the Azura power technique, but no one knew what effect it would have. As time passed, the chanting became louder and louder. It was like a copper bell rumbling in one's ears. It also sounded like the evening drum and morning bell. It made one's heart clear and bright. There was not a trace of gloominess in one's heart. Su Jingjing sat quietly on the futon and did not disturb them. The Buddhist scriptures seemed to resound through the sky. It was as if all the gods and Buddhas were chanting together. The sound of chanting filled the sky. Fa Xiang and Xiao Chun looked dignified and solemn, emitting a faint luster. It was as if the Buddhas had arrived in person, causing others to involuntarily have the thought of converting to them. Chu Li activated the omniscient mirror and calmed himself down. He listened calmly and seemed to have understood something. Lu Yurong's face emitted a warm luster, like white jade. She was also activating the Empyrean fairy power to resist the power of the Buddhist scriptures. After a long time, the chanting slowly stopped. Fa Xiang and Xingming pressed their palms together and remained motionless. They looked dignified. Su Ning broke the silence and said, "It's useless. Your scriptures are useful to others, but not to His Royal Highness. He has already cultivated it, so it will be difficult to affect his mind." "Su Ning, I brought a heart of Azura." Fa Xiang took something out from his pocket. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. A heart of Azura. This was a good thing. He had cultivated the heavenly demonic power to the 3rd level with one heart of Azura. If he had another heart of Azura, even if he could not cultivate to the 6th level, he should have no problem cultivating to the 4th level. What a Tempest Temple! Su Ning sneered. Since they could not use force, they resorted to temptation. The Tempest Temple had always been despicable. Fa Xiang said, "Let His Royal Highness King and decide on this matter." Su Ning said, "The Tempest Temple still has many hearts of Azura, right?" Fa Xiang shook his head. "This is the last one." "All right, I will report to His Royal Highness and let him decide." Su Ning nodded calmly. "Thank you." Fa Xiang pressed his palms together. His expression was calm and collected. He no longer had the angry look from before. It was as if he had become a different person. After reading the scriptures, Fa Xiang's temperament changed. Mingxing was the same. He stood at the side without moving. He had a bit of Su Ning's demeanor. It was easy to ignore him. Su Ning turned around and entered the cultivation courtyard. Chu Li said, "Great Master Fa Xiang, what scripture was that?" Fa Xiang pressed his palms together. "The Great Compassion Scripture." Chu Li sighed. "What a great compassion scripture. Great Master, this Great Compassion Scripture can restrain the Azura power technique, right?" "Yes." Fa Xiang sighed. "The Azura power technique's killing intent is too strong. It needs to be suppressed by the dermic base. Unfortunately, His Royal Highness King and does not cultivate the dermic base. He does not know the scriptures. Cultivating the Azura power technique is a path to disaster." Chu Li said, "Great Master Fa Xiang, are you afraid that His Royal Highness will become a person who only knows how to kill? If a normal person cultivates this technique, it will not cause too much trouble. The temple will send masters to suppress it." Fa Xiang shook his head. "But His Royal Highness King An's identity is different. Once he cultivates the Azura power technique, the world will be in danger." "Why do you say that, Great Master?" "With the Emperor on the throne, there will be enlightened masters watching over him. Even if His Royal Highness King and cultivates the Azura power technique, he will still be able to suppress it, right? I'm afraid that the Emperor will not have the intention to suppress it. Instead, he will use it to stir up a storm of blood." Fa Xiang said. Chu Li raised his head and looked in the direction of the imperial house. Fa Xiang said, "Once the killing begins, all the sins will be attributed to the temple. It is a great cause and effect." Sigh. Chu Li shook his head. "If that's the case, why not destroy the Azura power technique? I can't restrain the Azura power technique now, but it doesn't mean that I won't be able to do so in the future. The Azura power technique is like a treasured sword. I can't control it now, but I'll be able to use it in the future. It would be a waste to destroy it now. If His Royal Highness King and consumes the heart of Azura, his cultivation level will skyrocket, but he won't be able to improve anymore, right?" "Yes. I'm afraid that His Royal Highness won't consume it. His Royal Highness's cultivation of the Azura power technique is progressing very quickly." Chu Li shook his head. "Let's wait and see what His Royal Highness King decides." Fa Xiang said. Creak. The door to the cultivation courtyard opened again. Su Ning said, "Fa Xiang, everyone come in." Chu Li extended his hand. "Great Master Fa Xiang, young Master Xingming, please." He smiled at Lu Yurong. "Miss Lu, do you want to come in as well?" "Of course." Lu Yurong squeezed in front of him and entered the cultivation courtyard. King stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He looked at the crowd coldly, like a sharp treasured sword that was unsheathed. When his gaze stopped on Chu Li, it it lit up. Chu Li sighed. His cultivation level had improved so much that his gaze was almost solid. Chapter 428. Prince An said coldly, "Great Master, Fa Xiong wants to give me the heart of Azura." Fa Xiong pressed his palms together and bowed. He shook his head and said, "Your Highness, I am here to advise you to give up on cultivating the Azura power technique." "Give up? Why would I give up?" Prince An said coldly. "I advance very quickly when I cultivate. It is a technique that is suitable for me to cultivate. I have cultivated the Azura power technique before, but it has been abolished." Fa Xiong said, "Your Highness did not consume the heart of Azura. The pain, when you cultivate, is unbearable. It is like being cut by 1,000 knives. I have experienced it before." Prince An's expression relaxed. Cultivating the Azura power technique was very fast, but how many people knew how painful it was? Those who knew about the Azura power technique knew the pain of cultivating. However, this pain was not something that could be experienced just by talking about it. They would never know how painful it was. Fa Xiong had cultivated the Azura power technique before. Naturally, he had a deep understanding of it. This made Prince An feel a sense of familiarity. However, he quickly threw away this warm feeling and asked coldly, "Great Master, why did you abolish the Azura power technique?" Fa Xiong sighed. "This technique advances at a tremendous speed. The feeling of rapidly becoming stronger is addictive. However, it will soon reach its limit. No matter how hard you cultivate, it will be useless. If you want to advance, you can only kill. Otherwise, your martial arts will not advance, but instead, it will regress." Prince An frowned. Fa Xiong pressed his palms together and sighed. "Your Highness, I am a monk. I do not lie. When the Azura power technique reaches the later stage, the only thought in your mind is to kill. You will not think of anything else. If you do not kill every day, it will be like you have not eaten. You will be restless and unable to control yourself." Prince An frowned and looked at him. Fa Xiong said, "I relied on the Buddhist base to suppress it. I also had the support of the elders in the temple. However, I still could not dispel the thought of killing. I could only abolish your martial arts. Although your Royal Highness has Su Ning by your side, you cannot suppress the desire to kill. Your Royal Highness only feels restless now. You can still control yourself if you want to kill. However, once your martial arts deepens, your Royal Highness will become a monster that only knows how to kill. Your Royal Highness has everything. Why do you have to pay such a price?" Prince An remained silent. Fa Xiong continued to persuade, "I will say one more thing that is against the rules. If Wang Ye has the intention to take that position, you must not continue to practice. AI, with His Majesty's wisdom, how could he not know the harm of Azura power? Yet he did not stop Wang Ye." He shook his head and sighed. Fa Xiong sighed. "Even becoming a Buddha requires a convenient method. For the sake of all living beings in the world, what's the point of using some tricks?" "Very well," Prince An said coldly. "It seems like the Tempest Temple will only stop after I've crippled my cultivation level. Your Highness, our temple is not doing this for ourselves. It's for your Highness, and for the sake of all living beings in the world." "Shut up," Prince An shouted angrily. "You keep talking about all living beings in the world. It's as if only the Tempest Temple cares about all living beings in the world. The Great Ji Imperial Court doesn't care about the lives of the people." "I'm about Buddha." Fa Xiong chanted the name of Buddha. He sighed. "If that's the case, your Highness doesn't want this heart of Azura anymore. Leave the heart of Azura." "You can leave." Prince An scoffed. Fa Xiong said, "We can only offend you." He turned his head to look at Xingming. "About Buddha, I apologize for offending you." Xingming pressed his palms together and bowed to Prince An. He took a step to Prince An's side and stretched out his hand to grab Prince An's wrist. Bam! Su Ning was one step ahead. He stood beside Prince An and blocked with his palm. Prince An sneered, "Tempest Temple, you're so lawless. How dare you come to the imperial residence and behave atrociously. Your Highness, as long as you cripple the Azura power technique, our temple will compensate you. Fa Xiong pressed his palms together and said sincerely. Under King In's rage, he would not believe him at all. His figure changed in an instant. He grew taller and thinner. His handsome face turned into a skeleton. His body movement technique was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Fa Xiong. Fa Xiong chanted the name of Buddha. He pushed his palms forward. It seemed slow, but it was fast. Bam! Prince N and Fa Xiong's palms collided. Prince N staggered 2 steps back. Fa Xiong sighed. Your Highness Azura power technique cultivation level is still low. It's not a pity to cripple it. You must not be stubborn. Die. Prince N's eyes turned cold. There was no trace of human emotion. He pounced forward again. Bam, 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 bam. Both of their palms collided continuously. Their fists hit each other. It was as if they had completely abandoned their inner energy. Chu Li was in awe as he watched. This Dharma idol was indeed better than King In. On the other side, Xingming was also better than Su Ning. If Su Ning did not have the Eye of Insight and knew Xingming's moves in advance, he would not have been able to hold on. Chapter 429. P.S. I sent it too late. Sorry, I can't write anymore. Chu Li was deep in thought. If he did not make a move, based on the current situation, King In would not be able to stop Fa Xiong, and Su Ning would not be able to stop Xingming. This little monk Xingming was extremely powerful. Just like Fa Yuan, he was a genius with antique studies. Lu Yurong did not look at the 4 people in the field. She only stared at Chu Li to see what he would choose. Chu Li's mind worked quickly as he deduced what would happen next. If he helped the Tempest Temple, would they cripple King An's martial arts? What would happen if King An's martial arts were crippled? What would happen if he did not help the Tempest Temple? What would happen if he helped King An instead? All sorts of thoughts ran through his mind, one after another. Before one dissipated, another appeared. Lu Yurong's mind was also spinning, thinking of the best way to deal with it. If she helped the Tempest Temple and crippled King In, King Jing would have one less opponent. It would be the best. If she let go of this opportunity, she did not know when it would appear again. However, Chu Li's existence was a huge variable. Would he help King Un or the Tempest Temple? He and King Un were arch-enemies. With his intelligence, he would destroy King Un sooner or later. However, when would be the problem? If he delayed, it would be disadvantageous to King Jing. King Jing did not only have King In as his competitor. He had King Cheng and even King Ping. She was still thinking and could not make a decision. Chu Li was already 1 step ahead of her. He shouted, "Great Master Fa Xiong, please excuse me. I'm doing my duty." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared beside Su Ning and struck Xingming with his palm. Xingming's body flashed with a purplish gold light. With a bang, he took 3 steps back. His ugly face was as calm as ever. He did not look angry at all. He then stepped forward and approached Chu Li. His palms flew over gently like a lover's caress. Chu Li met it with his palms. Bang! Chu Li stood where he was. Xingming took another 3 steps back. Xingming turned to look at Fa Xiong. Fa Xiong was dealing with King and easily. When he saw the situation, he sighed helplessly and nodded. Xingming pressed his palms together. Almsgiver Chu, revered Su Ning, please forgive me. As soon as he finished speaking, a purplish golden radiance flashed across his face. His appearance was solemn and dignified. Suddenly, his entire body lit up, so dazzling that it was impossible to look at him directly. It was as if a ray of light from the sky had landed on his body. Hurry up and interrupt him. Su Ning shouted in a low voice. He rushed in front of Xingming and slammed his palms down at an incredible speed. Xingming did not move at all. He allowed Xingming's palms to hit his chest. His expression was calm and peaceful. He looked at Xingming with a benevolent smile and patted him lightly. Bang! Su Ning was sent flying. Chu Li was helpless. This was another ultimate move of the Tempest Temple. He wanted to see if he could block it. He punched Xingming from afar. Bam! The light on Xing Ming's body wavered, but he remained standing steadily. This was High Duke Lu's fist technique, pure as a rock. Xing Ming's current cultivation level had skyrocketed, and the punch could no longer do anything to him. I'm about Buddha. Xing Ming chanted the name of Buddha and took a step forward. Just like Chu Li's imminent skyline, he was able to condense space. He instantly appeared behind King and gently placed his right palm on King, and bam! Chu Li appeared behind King and received the palm. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xing Ming did not wait for Su Ning to come over. His left palm gently touched King and's back again. King turned around. Xing Ming was like his shadow. He followed him, and his left palm gently touched King and's back. Pop! It was like a stone breaking the surface of a lake. King trembled and suddenly froze. Then, like a deflated balloon, his body became shorter and fatter. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original handsome appearance. King's face was pale. His handsome face was ferocious. Despair swallowed him. He roared like a madman. I'm going to kill you. I'm about Buddha. Xing Ming pressed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha again. Then, he bowed to Chu Li and Su Ning, picked up his Dharma form, and disappeared before everyone's eyes like a stream of light. King roared like a madman. I'm going to kill them, Your Royal Highness. There was blood at the corner of Su Ning's mouth. His expression was calm. He pressed his palms together and did not move. I'm going to destroy the Tempest Temple. I'm going to destroy the Tempest Temple. King muttered. Then, he roared into the sky. He took a knife from the weapon rack and slashed everywhere. There was blood at the corner of Chu Li's mouth. He smiled bitterly. He was indeed not as good as Xing Ming, who used his secret skill. He could only use the heavenly demonic power. Lu Yurong looked at Chu Li with a faint smile. She felt that Chu Li did it on purpose. His performance was flawless. It looked like he was trying his best to stop him. He was even injured. King chopped a few flowers and turned to glare at Chu Li. He sneered. Chu Li, you finally got what you wanted, didn't you? Chu Li smiled bitterly. Your Royal Highness, I'm useless. Useless? King clenched his teeth and sneered. Hee, you're too capable. Chu Li lowered his head and said nothing. Su Ning wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. Your Royal Highness, Head Chief Chu tried his best. Xing Ming used the secret skill of the Tempest Temple. He's almost invincible unless he's an enlightened master. What secret skill? King asked coldly. Su Ning said, the Dharma manifestation technique. King clenched his teeth. What secret skill is that? Su Ning said, the Dharma manifestation technique uses the power of the Dharma bodies of the Buddhas in the void. Its power surpasses that of mortals. The Tempest Temple. King gritted his teeth. If Chu Li was the one he hated the most, the Tempest Temple would be the second. They destroyed his martial arts. Su Ning said, it's a pity that Xing Ming. He's a genius. After he used the Dharma manifestation technique, his cultivation level was crippled. He's no different from your Royal Highness. It's good that he's crippled. King sneered. It's good that he's dead. Su Ning shook his head. After using the Dharma manifestation technique, Xing Ming is almost invincible. Forget about me and Head Chief Chu. Even the Emperor might not be able to stop him. So, even the Emperor can't do anything? King scoffed. If that's the case, the Tempest Temple is invincible. Not everyone can use the Dharma manifestation technique, Su Ning sighed. One needs to have the qualifications to become a Buddha. It's a pity for Xing Ming. If he didn't use the Dharma manifestation technique, his achievements would be limitless. The Tempest Temple really thinks highly of me. King sneered. He was a little pleased. They paid such a huge price to cripple his Azura power technique. It seemed like the Azura power technique he cultivated was really frightening to the Tempest Temple. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Lu Yurong. Why are you here? Lu Yurong smiled sweetly. Congratulations, Your Highness. How dare you? King shouted angrily. The veins on his face bulged. You with the surname Lu, get lost. You're a cripple now. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Lu Yurong smiled faintly. She closed fists saluted at Chu Li. Head Chief Chu, we'll meet again. After she finished speaking, she fluttered away. Chu Li sighed. This Lu Yurong was trying to trick him again. King stared coldly at Chu Li. Chu Li closed fists saluted. Your Royal Highness, I really can't take it anymore. I need to heal myself immediately. Xing Ming's palm energy is too strange. Su Ning said slowly, Head Chief Chu, be careful. This palm energy isn't that easy to get rid of. Chapter 430. King took a deep breath and tossed his long blade aside. He sat by the stone table with a look of despair. Su Ning looked at him quietly and suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Revered one, you should go and heal yourself. King turned to look at him and waved his hand. He smiled pitifully. There's no need to protect me anymore. Su Ning said, Are you worried about the future, Your Highness? I have nothing to worry about. Chu Li wouldn't dare to kill me. King scoffed. Su Ning said, Your Highness only crippled the Azura power technique. King turned to stare at him. Su Ning said calmly, The Azura power technique has been crippled, but the rest of the technique is still with me. Did you notice, Your Highness? King hurriedly channeled his technique. After a while, he looked ecstatic. It's still there. Su Ning said, Your Highness, I'll take my leave. Revered one, rest well. Xin said hurriedly. Su Ning bowed with pressed palms. Your Highness, you don't have to worry about Head Chief Chu. Xing Ming's palm energy isn't that easy to get rid of. It'll be hard for him to recover, just like how Your Highness suffered from Miss Lu's palm energy. King laughed. That's good news. Su Ning smiled and turned around to leave. King sat quietly by the stone table and slowly stopped smiling. Without the Azura power technique, it was impossible for him to defeat Chu Li. If he couldn't kill him, what was the use of his martial arts? The joy of not crippling his martial arts slowly dissipated and was replaced by hatred. Tempest Temple. Tempest Temple. King muttered to himself. He clenched his teeth with every word. He wanted to destroy the Tempest Temple right now and kill every single monk inside. He wanted to make a pagoda out of their bald heads. Amitabha Buddha. A chant was heard. King turned to look and his face darkened. Who are you? I'm Fa Yuan. A handsome monk landed in the courtyard and said gently, To express our apology, I'm here to pass on an antique study to Your Highness. Is the Tempest Temple so kind? King sneered. Fa Yuan said, As long as Your Highness does not cultivate the Azura power technique, our temple will not interfere. Does Your Highness wish to cultivate it? This Golden Lohan's power art is not inferior to the Azura power art. In fact, it might even be better. Impossible. King scoffed coldly. Fa Yuan said, Our temple has always kept a respectful distance from the imperial court, and we have minded our own business. The emperor has always been eyeing our temple covetously, coveting our heritage. That's why our temple had no choice but to retaliate. Your Highness is about to pass on the great treasure. It would be more than enough for you to remember our kindness in passing on our skills. There's such a good thing? King frowned as he looked at him. Fa Yuan said, The Golden Lohan's power technique is fierce and overbearing. It allows one to advance by leaps and bounds in a single day. However, to maintain this fierce progress, one needs to have a profound understanding of the Dharma. Your Highness has Su Ning by your side. You can consult him at any time. It will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Comparable to the Azura power skill, Fa Yuan said calmly. If it is not as good as the Azura power technique, our temple will not teach it to you, Your Highness. However, the technique must not be passed on to anyone else. It must be passed on through enlightenment. Your Highness, please consider this carefully. The Golden Lohan's power technique. King muttered. Fa Yuan said, Our temple has a senior who has cultivated this technique to perfection. He has an indestructible golden body and has lived for more than 500 years. Can it defeat the Azura power technique? King scoffed. Fa Yuan nodded slowly. The Azura power technique is a killing technique, while the Golden Lohan power technique is a technique to achieve an indestructible golden body. The outcome of the two can only be determined by their respective cultivation levels, and their techniques are evenly matched. What about the cultivation speed? Kingen asked. Fa Yuan said, it is not inferior to the Azura power technique. It might even be better. Why haven't I heard of such a divine technique? Kingen frowned. Fa Yuan let out a smile. Our temple's divine technique is passed on through enlightenment. It will not be passed on to outsiders, so outsiders do not know about it. All right, I'll believe you this time. Kingen said in a low voice. I'll pass it on now. Very well. Fa Yuan said slowly. Your Highness, let go of your distracting thoughts. Do not resist. He sat in front of Kingen, pressed his palms together, then raised his right hand and slowly touched the top of Kingen's head. Kingen instinctively wanted to resist and avoid it, but he forced himself not to move. He knew that he was taking a huge risk, but because Xingming did not kill him earlier, he dared to take this gamble. In order to deal with Chu Li, he could only take this gamble. If it was someone else, he would definitely not dare to kill him, but the Tempest Temple was different. The Tempest Temple was not afraid of his father. If they really wanted to kill him, his death would be in vain, and his father would not be able to avenge him. Chu Li sat quietly in the courtyard, watching Fa Yuan enter the cultivation courtyard and pass on the Golden Lohan's power to Kingen. He shook his head, smiling faintly. The way the Tempest Temple handled things was really speechless. They crippled the original Azura power technique, and then passed on a superior Golden Lohan's power technique. Even the Emperor had nothing to say. The Tempest Temple was not afraid of the Emperor, but they did not provoke the Emperor. They were polite and restrained, impeccable. Furthermore, the Tempest Temple avoided his schemes. It was obvious that the Tempest Temple also had a master who saw through his thoughts and did not let him get what he wanted. He sat motionlessly in the courtyard, activating the omniscient mirror to its limit, wanting to obtain this inheritance. Fa Yuan gently placed his right palm on King En's Bai Hui acupuncture point. King En's body trembled, his mind rumbled, and suddenly went blank. A moment later, the sleeping Arhut painting gradually appeared in his mind. It shone with a golden light, like a statue made of gold. The golden light slowly faded, and the sleeping Arhut was purplish gold. He lay on his side in the void, his eyes closed, his face smiling faintly. He looked relaxed, and his breathing was slow, long and slow. After a moment, the Arhut slowly stood up, closed his eyes, and performed a set of fist techniques, then continued to lie on his side, sleeping. Long breaths. When Kingen slowly woke up, he found himself lying on his side on the stone table. He felt as if he was lying in warm water. A warm aura flowed around his body. It was indescribably comfortable, an unprecedented comfort and carefree feeling. Golden Lohan's power. He smiled, fluttered down from the stone table, and performed a set of fist techniques. The fist technique was fierce and overbearing. The surrounding flowers and leaves that were chopped into pieces were like waves, rising and falling, moving along with his fists. After a set of fist techniques, the warm aura that flowed around his body had completely seeped into his bones. His bones felt numb, and when the numbness disappeared, he felt a sense of infinite strength, as if his strength had increased by a notch. Chu Li also slowly woke up, feeling the strange aura in his body. The heavenly demonic energy in his precordium appeared, swallowing the aura in one gulp. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the aura cultivated by the Golden Lohan's power to be so pure that it caught the attention of the heavenly demonic energy. It seemed that it really had its own uniqueness and was worth cultivating. As for Kingen, he was not worried. Kingen was not a threat now, and since he had obtained the Golden Lohan's power, he would definitely need to go into isolated cultivation again. It would be best if he could rest for a while. He stretched and performed the all-seeing divine power to sense Xing Ming's location. Chapter 431. He suddenly appeared in a forest outside of Fairy's capital. In the forest, Fa Xiong was carrying Xingming as he faced the attacks of three middle-aged men. The three middle-aged men were all grandmasters with average looks. Their fist techniques were mysterious. Their punches were slow but filled the sky with fist shadows. It was as if dozens of hammers had appeared in the sky and shrouded Fa Xiong. Fa Xiong unleashed the sentient menace technique. His body glowed with a purplish golden light and enveloped Xingming within it. His movement technique was agile, and he was calm and at ease under the joint attack of the three. He did not even care if he took a punch. Chuli could tell that Fa Xiong was exhausted. He looked calm, but he was holding on and waiting for Fa Yuan to return. Fa Xiong was originally not this weak. However, he had channeled his energy to help Xingming to prevent Xingming's cultivation from being crippled. When he channeled all his inner energy into Xingming's body, the three men appeared. Master Fa Xiong. Chuli appeared and called out, "Almsgiver Chu." Fa Xiong was excited. Chuli asked, "Who are these three?" "I don't know." Fa Xiong shook his head and sighed. "They had their eyes on us the moment we left Fairy's capital." Chuli smiled. "Since they dared to provoke the Tempest Temple, they must be famous. Are you from the Holy Church of Light?" The three of them took a step back and stopped. "It's best that you don't get involved in this." One of the middle-aged men looked at Chu Li coldly. "The Holy Church of Light does not want anyone to disturb us. Leave now, or don't blame us for being rude." Chu Li smiled and shook his head. "This is not the Holy Church of Light's territory. What are you going to do if I don't leave?" "I'll kill you first," the middle-aged man said coldly. "If you leave now, I'll spare your life, and then gather? Are you all eager to get together? Rise and fall?" Chu Li said, "Master Fa Xiong, I want to ask for something from you. Let's make a deal. We're brothers." "What do you want, almsgiver Chu?" "That heart of Azura." Chu Li smiled. "If you give me the heart of Azura, I'll help you get rid of these three men." "Umipa," Fa Xiong chanted and sighed. "This item is not auspicious. Almsgiver Chu, why do you want to get involved?" Chu Li smiled. "Master, are you worried that I'll cultivate the Azura power technique?" "I'm worried that Benefactor Chu will swallow the heart of Azura." Fa Xiong shook his head and sighed. "It's a narrow escape. I really shouldn't take such a risk. Benefactor Chu, it's not that I'm stingy, but I really don't want to harm Benefactor." Chu Li said, "Life and death are up to fate. If you don't agree, I'll leave." "Fine. The heart of Azura belongs to almsgiver Chu." Fa Xiong nodded helplessly. Chu Li smiled. "Then, great master, toss it over first." Fa Xiong took out the small black stone from his bosom and threw it casually. Chu Li reached out and took it. The pure force that came from the tentacle stirred the water ball in his chest, making him want to swallow it in one gulp. His heavenly demonic power might be able to advance another level, which made Chu Li overjoyed. He had gone from resisting the heavenly demonic power to being curious and even impatient. He wanted to see if the heavenly demonic power could help him reach the enlightened mastery's boundary. Perhaps he could really reach the enlightened mastery's boundary by cultivating the heavenly demonic power. The faces of the three middle-aged men became increasingly gloomy and unsightly. Chu Li treated the three of them as if they were nothing and did not take them seriously at all. "Kill him first," one of the middle-aged men scoffed. "Then kill the two monks." "All right," the other two responded. The three of them rushed towards Chu Li. Chu Li left the three of them in a flash and appeared in front of Fa Xiong. He grabbed Fa Xiong's robe and ran, disappearing from the three men's vision in the blink of an eye. He ran 100 miles in one breath and put Fa Xiong and Xingming on the side of the road. "You guys go first, I'll hold them off." "Benefactor Chu, thank you." Fa Xiong pressed his palms together. "Is young Master Xingming all right?" Chu Li glanced at Xingming. He was in a daze and was trying his best to open his eyes wide, but his gaze was listless. Fa Xiong shook his head. "It's nothing serious. I'll be fine after some rest." "Great Master Fa Xiong, how's the golden Lohan power?" It's the temple's top antique study." Fa Xiong pondered for a while and said slowly, Benefactor Chu, where did you hear about this divine technique? This secret divine technique has never been leaked to the outside world, unlike the sentient menace. Fa Xiang had a good impression of Chu Li. No matter what, Chu Li had saved their lives. Otherwise, they would have had to sacrifice their cultivation to escape. Although he said it was a trade, he was actually the one who got the better end of the deal. Fa Yuan is going to impart the golden Lohan power to King in, Chu Li said. What are you guys trying to do? Fa Xiang sighed. This is also the temple's sincerity. Chu Li scoffed. Cultivating this technique requires a profound dharmic base. If King wants to cultivate it, he has to study the Buddhist scriptures and get closer to the Tempest Temple, right? Yes, Fa Xiang said slowly. This is something that can't be helped. Chu Li smiled. Your temple has really put in a lot of effort. This technique doesn't have any hidden dangers, right? The higher the level of this technique, the more profound the dharmic base is needed. Every time the dharmic base is improved, the martial arts will improve until the golden body is indestructible, Fa Xiang said. Almsgiver Chu is a Buddhist. Do you want to cultivate this technique? Chu Li waved his hand. Great master, take care. I'll bid you farewell here. Fa Xiang pressed his palms together, turned around, and ran away. Chu Li stopped the 3 middle-aged men who were chasing after him and threw 3 punches in the air. The 3 of them took his punches head-on and easily caught them. Chu Li did not fight them head-on. He just wanted to keep them occupied. The 3 of them wanted to chase after Fa Xiang and the others. As time passed, Chu Li was still entangled and did not fall into a disadvantageous position. The 3 of them could not escape and could only barely keep up. They were obviously going to lose, but Chu Li loosened his grip. They wanted to risk their lives several times, but Chu Li immediately avoided them. When they let out a sigh of relief, Chu Li would entangle them again. This went on for a few times, and 2 hours had passed. Chu Li estimated that Fa Xiang and the others had already escaped far away, so he floated away and did not kill the 3 disciples of the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li deliberately said that they were from the Holy Church of Light to give them a way out and an excuse for himself. In fact, the 3 of them were secret guardians of the imperial house, sent by the imperial court to kill Fa Xiang and the others. As for ruining the assassination, he could shirk the responsibility and mistakenly thought that they were disciples of the Holy Church of Light. It was a freak accident. If there was someone to blame, it was the 3 of them. Why did they not reveal their identities in time? He returned to the courtyard and placed the heart of Azura on his chest. The water ball in his chest slowly swallowed the breath, bit by bit. He realized that although it was slower, he did not need to isolate himself to train. He just sat in the courtyard and settled the heart of Azura when Shui hurried over. Master, Lady Xiao wants to see you. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and appeared in Xiao Shi's Tianshu courtyard in a flash. Xiao Shi was frowning as she sat by the stone table. When she saw him, she said something happened. Chu Li looked at her beautiful face. Xiao Shi said, the heir to the High Duke of the Huai public house was assassinated and was heavily injured. Who did it? Chu Li frowned. We didn't catch the assassin. Xiao Shi frowned and said, this person's cultivation level is high. The heir to the High Duke Song was heavily injured. His martial arts might be crippled. Chu Li said, so, Master Zhao's wedding? I'm worried that there will be changes, Xiao Shi said. Chu Li nodded slowly. It seems that someone has not given up and wants to test the background of the High Duke's public house. The wedding must be held, as usual. Otherwise, the High Duke's public house will become a joke and lose its deterrence. Chapter 432. P.S. The next chapter will be at 1400 hours, and the 3rd chapter will be at 2000 hours. There will be a chapter explanation. Are they not getting married? Chu Li shook his head. Isn't this exactly what they wanted? Xiao Shi frowned and looked at him thoughtfully. She was smart enough to understand what Chu Li was implying. You're not saying that the imperial court did this, are you? There are too many people against it. The imperial court, the martial arts world, the other public houses are against it too. There are even some who are not against it and just want to create chaos. No one can tell if the assassin is real or not. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. Let's go back now. Co sure said. They can't catch the assassin, but you can. Why don't we play dumb? Chu Li shook his head. Co sure raised her eyebrows and suddenly let out a bright smile. Chu Li, are you a little reluctant to leave? What is there to be reluctant about? Chu Li smiled. Co sure smiled like a flower. Miss Liu is really beautiful. Chu Li burst into laughter. She likes women, not men. Even if she likes women, staying in front of her and looking at her is also pleasing to the eye. Co sure's smile became even more charming. Moreover, you are very capable. Maybe you can change her personality. All right, let's go back. Chu Li smiled. Are we leaving now? Let's go. No one cares anyway, Co sure said. Chu Li gave some instructions to Shuel Ling and Yang Su and brought Co sure back to the public house, the backyard of Iron Eagle Island. Co Tang sat alone in the pagoda with a book in his hand. He looked into the distance absent-mindedly. The dusk was like a mist, and the surroundings were lonely. His tall and straight figure also carried a sense of loneliness. Big brother, Co sure called out. She came to the pagoda and softly said, Thinking about sister-in-law? No. Co Tang quickly shook his head. He did not want to show weakness in front of his sister. He looked at Chu Li. You guys got the news too? Chu Li asked, How is the heir to the High Duke? He is still unconscious. Co Tang sighed. This assassin's martial arts is very powerful. Is the assassin male or female? An old man. Co Tang shook his head and said, When we were walking on the street, he suddenly attacked us. At that time, the protectors could not react in time. This old man's sword art is fast, and his qin gong is extremely high. The assassin retreated. Co Tang said, Not injured. The assassin left safely. Co Tang said, No. Let's go. Co sure said. Co sure. Big brother, Chu Li's healing ability is amazing, Xiao sure said. Let's save him first. Sai, let's try. Co Tang nodded. Chu Li, bring me there. Second sister, you should take a break. Is it convenient for you to go to the imperial residence? See, Co sure said. Co Tang said earnestly, Don't stir up any gossip. Co sure said. Chu Li smiled. Master Xiao Taiying, let's go. See. The next morning, when Chu Li and Co sure returned to the imperial residence, the heir to the High Duke Song had already woken up. His martial arts had been preserved, and all that was left was to recuperate. What bothered Chu Li was that the assassin had already disappeared. The all-seeing divine ability was unable to sense him. Chu Li guessed that there were two possibilities. One was that this person was able to break his all-seeing divine power, and the other was that this person was no longer in this world. It wasn't realistic to break his divine ability, so it was the second option. Chu Li speculated that they were disciples of the Holy Church of Light. With the assassin's peerless martial arts, it would be difficult for any force to be cruel enough to silence him. Only the disciple of the Holy Church of Light might have activated a secret skill, which was why he was able to assassinate Song Ling so easily. Then, he died and entered the ultimate land of bliss. Co Sure sat in the Tianshu courtyard. She held her chin lazily and scoffed. It's the Holy Church of Light, right? She thought about it thoroughly and guessed that the culprit was a disciple of the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li replied, Almost. Fortunately, it's not the imperial court. Co Sure shook her head. Chu Li asked, Will the imperial court allow the two families to unite by marriage? What's the big deal about the marriage? Co Sure scoffed. Chu Li shook his head. It's a bad start. Once the precedent is set, a few public houses will unite by marriage. Generation after generation, they will soon form a whole. The Lung family's empire will be in danger. That's true. Co Sure frowned and nodded slowly. Chu Li said, So the imperial court will definitely stop it. It can only be done in secret. It's nothing more than an assassination. Co Sure sneered. Chu Li said, That's the most effective. This time, it was the heir to the High Duke. What if it was Lady Song? or Master Xiao Taiying? Xiao sure frowned and pondered. Chu Li smiled. Lady Xiao sure doesn't have to worry about this. Just deal with it as it comes. Xiao sure shook her head and sighed. Big brother has such a hard life. It's so hard to get a wife. Chu Li laughed. Master, the imperial residence of King Jing sent an invitation. Xueling walked in lightly and handed over a simple and elegant invitation. Chu Li took it and glanced at it. I'll go over now. Xiao sure smiled faintly. Great Beauty Lu invited you, right? Chu Li said, she invited me over. Nothing good will come out of it. Go, go. Don't let her wait. Xiao sure smiled and waved her hand. Chu Li pretended not to notice her teasing. He closed fists, saluted, and left. Xiao sure looked at his back and scoffed. Men are all the same. When they see a beautiful woman, they can't move. Xueling smiled. No matter how beautiful Lady Lu is, she can't be more beautiful than you, Lady Xiao sure. Xiao sure turned and glanced at her. She scoffed. It's useless for you to say anything nice. Your master is not a good person. Xueling smiled and lowered her head. Chu Li arrived at the imperial residence of King Jing. Lu Yurong was standing outside the door. The door was wide open. She wore a bluish-white gown and a white veil. It covered her charming face, and only her eyes were exposed. A gust of wind blew. Her gown fluttered and the white veil swayed. Her beautiful face was faintly discernible. It made her even more mysterious and attractive. Chu Li got off the horse and closed fist saluted. Lu Yurong walked forward gracefully and curtsied. Head Chief Chu, please. Chu Li smiled. There's no need to be so grand. You help the imperial residents a lot. How can it not be grand? Lu Yurong said. Chu Li asked, is His Royal Highness in the imperial residence? Yes, Lu Yurong said. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Lu Yurong said, what happened last time is over. His Royal Highness is free now. I'm just afraid that the banquet won't be a good one. Chu Li shook his head. Lu Yurong said, don't worry. The imperial residents of King Jing won't bite the hand that feeds them. That's great. Chu Li walked side by side with her into the imperial residence. The scribes and maids along the way bowed respectfully. It was obvious that Lu Yurong's position in the imperial residence was very high. Can you relax now? Relax what? King An's martial arts has been crippled. He's no longer a threat to you. Who said that King An's martial arts has been crippled? Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Lu Yurong was stunned and stopped. Chapter 433. Lu Yurong stepped forward gracefully. What's going to happen in the second half? Chu Li shook his head and smiled. After Fa Xiong and Xingming left, another monk from the Tempest Temple came and taught King an antique study from the Tempest Temple. What antique study? Golden Lohan's power. Have you heard of it? Chu Li stared at her bright eyes. Lu Yurong squinted her eyes. Golden Lohan's power? Looks like you've heard of it. Chu Li said. Lu Yurong's eyes were solemn. If it's really this technique, then the Tempest Temple is really generous to pass this technique to King An. Oh, that's right, this technique requires a profound dermic base. If King An can study dermic base, it'll be a good thing for the Tempest Temple. She immediately understood the Tempest Temple's intention. Chu Li said, looks like the Golden Lohan's power is indeed an antique study. Lu Yurong said, most people know about the sentient menace, but they don't know about the Golden Lohan's power. The Golden Lohan's power and the sentient menace are equally antique studies. I see that most of the disciples from the Tempest Temple cultivate the sentient menace. Lu Yurong said, it's no wonder. The sentient menace is easier to cultivate, but the Golden Lohan's power is more difficult. The attainment of Dharma is extremely important to the Golden Lohan's power, and the requirement for comprehension are too high. Isn't it easier to cultivate the Golden Lohan's power? Chu Li asked. Lu Yurong shook her head. I've never cultivated these two martial arts. I've only heard people say that the sentient menace is like climbing up a mountain, one step at a time. It's slow at the beginning, and it's quite difficult, but you can always keep going up. The Golden Lohan's power is different. It starts off as a flat road, and it's very fast. Then, there's a very high step, which is as high as 10 steps of the Sentient Menace. After you climb up, it's another flat road, and then an even higher step, which is as high as 20 steps of the Sentient Menace. The final height of the two techniques is the same, but the way you walk is completely different. Chuli nodded thoughtfully. Lu Yurong said, "It is impossible to cultivate the Golden Lohan's power without the aid of the Dharma. No matter how good one's natural endowments are, it is useless. Only by studying the Dharma can one step up to the next level. The further one goes, the higher the requirement for the Dharma. There are not many people in the Tempest Temple who cultivate this. Looks like King and is going to devote himself to Buddhism. Congratulations. What's there to celebrate?" Chuli smiled. Lu Yurong smiled and said, "King has been influenced by the teachings of Buddhism. He might be able to let go of his grudges and forgive you. Shouldn't I congratulate you?" Chuli glared at her. Lu Yurong chuckled. She was elated. Chuli shook his head. Lu Yurong smiled and said, "Chuli, you're really unlucky to have met an opponent like King En. You're too lucky. With King En's luck, who knows, he might actually ascend the throne in the end." When that time comes, she laughed harder as she spoke. Chuli smiled. "Miss Lu, you're so straightforward. It's as if you'll be able to get what you want if King En ascends to the throne." He and King En were enemies, so was Lu Yurong. They were probably only one rank behind him. Lu Yurong held back her laughter. "I'll hide in the house of High Duke anyway. He can't do anything to me. This Tempest Temple sure is ruthless. They must have schemed against you, right? They're not easy to deal with." Chuli said. Lu Yurong said, "What about now? Do you have any ideas?" Chuli sighed and shook his head. "I can only wait for an opportunity. I don't have any good ideas at the moment. The only ones we can use are the people from the Holy Church of Light." Lu Yurong said. She often put herself in Chu Li's shoes and thought about how to get out of the situation and eliminate King En. No matter how she thought about it, there was no other way. The only ones who would dare to kill King En were the Tempest Temple or some hot-blooded people in the martial arts world. The other one was the Holy Church of Light. The Tempest Temple was not used. Instead, they taught King En an antique study. It seemed like they were pulling King into the Tempest Temple. Only the Holy Church of Light was left. However, the Holy Church of Light did not seem to have the intention to kill King En. As such, Chu Li was in a difficult situation. Chu Li said, "The Holy Church of Light? I can't count on them. Great minds think alike." He had the same opinion as Lu Yurong. The Holy Church of Light did not seem to have the intention to assassinate King En. Perhaps in their eyes, King En was not a threat. The two of them talked as they arrived at the main hall. King Jing was reading a book in the main hall. He was wearing a purple robe. When he saw Chu Li, he put down the book and stood up with a smile. Chu Li fist saluted. "Greetings, Your Royal Highness. Sit down and talk. I'll talk for a while and won't disturb you anymore." King Jing waved his hand and smiled. Chu Li pretended not to hear him. Lu Yurong glared at King Jing and scoffed. "Uncle-in-law." King Jing laughed. "I heard that third brother's martial arts was crippled." Lu Yurong sighed. "Uncle-in-law, the Tempest Temple passed on another divine technique to King En. Oh." King Jing's face darkened. Chu Li said, "His Highness King En's martial arts has improved greatly. His cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. He's progressing at a tremendous pace. I really have to congratulate third brother." King Jing scoffed. Chu Li smiled. "The Tempest Temple is unpredictable. It's impossible to guard against them." "Fine." King Jing nodded slowly. "I invited you here to inform you in advance." "Please go ahead, Your Royal Highness," Chu Li said. He sighed in his heart. As expected of King Jing, after hearing the news, he was able to calm down so quickly. His temperament was even better than King En's. King Jing said, "It's about the Holy Church of Light." Chu Li nodded and looked at him. King Jing said, "The secret guardians of the Imperial House are preparing to investigate this matter. They'll summon you to assist them." Chu Li frowned. "I'll assist them?" King Jing sighed. There's a traitor in the hunting ceremony this time. The secret guardians of the imperial house are embarrassed. The hunting ceremony is related to the reputation of the imperial court. If it wasn't for the imperial uncle, I'm afraid it would have caused a huge commotion and the whole world would know about it. Chuli nodded slowly. Those who participated in the hunting ceremony were all the prince's sons and daughters. How could the princes not be worried if there was a traitor? How could they treat the secret guardians of the imperial house and the Ministry of War nicely? They're angry at you, but they can't not summon you to help them. This matter is not easy to handle. You have to be careful, King Jing said in a serious tone. Your Royal Highness, forgive me for not being able to help. Chuli shook his head. I can't help much. King Jing frowned. I was afraid that you'd be like this. That's why I'm telling you in advance. Chuli pretended to be listening attentively. King Jing said, the Emperor has heard about this. He's very curious about you. That's why the secret guardians of the imperial house can only ask for your help. If you don't agree, it'll be exactly what they want. They'll be able to make up stories about you in front of the Emperor and leave an impression that you're arrogant and difficult to tame. Chuli nodded slowly. This method was indeed ruthless. It was a fatal blow to those who were interested in an official career. King Jing said, that's why it's best that you don't reject them. Just do it half-heartedly. Lu Yurong frowned. Uncle-in-law, if he does it half-heartedly, the secret guardians of the imperial house will still make up stories about him. They'll say that his abilities are ordinary and that he doesn't live up to his reputation. Sighed. King Jing shook his head. These people are getting more and more arrogant. They can't take it anymore. If this goes on, he looked worried. Chapter 434. P.S. The 16th Alliance is born. The leader is Sanyang Yaya. Chuli smiled. Then I'll hide for a while. How? Lu Yurong asked. Chuli said, isolated cultivation. I'll learn from His Highness King Un and isolate myself. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. King Jing waved his hand and smiled. You've helped me. How can I watch you suffer losses? All right, I won't disturb you anymore. What you youngsters say is different from what I say. Chuli closed fist saluted. Lu Yurong was expressionless. After King Jing left, Lu Yurong glared at Chuli. Chuli smiled. We should start preparing for the wedding. When will the people from the public house arrive? Lu Yurong frowned. Master Song was assassinated. You still haven't found out who did it? Chuli shook his head. Lu Yurong said, even with your divine power, he's dead. Chuli said, you're ruthless. I don't think you'll be able to hold the wedding this time. Lu Yurong frowned. I'm afraid the imperial court will make a move secretly. There are smart people in each faction who will seize the opportunity. If that's the case, the public house will become the public enemy. Chuli said, Miss Lu, do you have any good ideas? No. Then we'll have to bring forward the wedding. We'll talk about it after we're married. As for the rest, we can make up for it later. Everyone will have nothing to say. That's a good idea. Lu Yurong nodded, but it'll show weakness. Chuli sighed, so be it. Master Xiao and Miss Song are deeply in love. If something happens and they can't be together, I really don't know what will happen. Lu Yurong scoffed. Co Taiying might not agree. Chuli smiled. He had a trump card against Co Taiying, which was Co Sure. No matter how strong Co Taiying was, he was helpless against his sister. In the end, he had to give in. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Lung Feng kicked the door and stormed in. He angrily approached Chuli. Chuli smiled. Oh, didn't Crown Prince Feng pass away? Lung Feng's handsome face was cold. He pointed at Lu Yurong and shouted, Cousin, why are you seeing him again? Lu Yurong glanced at him. Lung Ying ran in, panting. She looked at Yurong worriedly. Cousin, I couldn't stop him. Lu Yurong waved her hand and said, Forget it, just ignore him. Lung Feng snorted. Cousin, looks like you've really fallen for this kid. What's so good about him? Lu Yurong did not even look at him. Chuli looked at Lu Yurong. Is he a scribe of the public house now? Yes, an unranked servant, Lu Yurong said. Chuli shook his head and said, Aren't the rules of the House of High Dukes extremely strict? How can a lowly servant be so prestigious? What an eye-opener. Surname Chu? No matter how unranked I am still a prince. Lung Feng snorted proudly. Chu Li sighed. Imperial Crown Prince. If you were to encounter a disciple of the Holy Church of Light, let's see if you can save your life by shouting like this. So what? Lung Feng said in a low voice. I am a prince. I have enough protectors around me. The disciples of the Holy Church of Light can't get close. Truly, someone like you can only be my protector. Chuli turned his head and said, If I slap him, will the public house stand up for him? Lung Feng could not help but take a step back. He was angry at his own cowardice. He shouted angrily, All right, come on. Try and slap me, I slap. Chuli raised his hand and slapped him. Lung Feng widened his eyes in disbelief and covered his face. Lung Ying also widened her eyes. Lu Yurong shook her head. She knew it would be like this. Guards! Lung Feng roared. Yes. 6 protectors answered and entered the hall. Lung Feng pointed at Chu Li and shouted through gritted teeth, Kill him. Yes. The 6 protectors answered and pounced on Chu Li. Lu Yurong watched Chu Li dodge the attacks of the 6 protectors with ease. She said calmly, If you still dare to call yourself a prince in the public house, don't blame me for being merciless. Chu Li was not in a hurry to deal with the 6 protectors. He wanted to see how Lu Yurong would deal with them. Of course, I won't reveal my identity in the public house. But this is the imperial residence. Lung Feng put down the hand on his face. It was burning. He said coldly, Don't worry. I won't embarrass my father. I must kill that surnamed Chu. He had never been hit in his life. Even his father had never hit him before. Now he was slapped by a scribe. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to face anyone. Lu Yurong nodded and said, All right, kill him. I want to kill him too. Lung Feng was overjoyed. Lu Yurong said, Kill him and uncle will reward you handsomely. Really? Lung Feng quickly asked. Lu Yurong said, Really? If you kill him, uncle won't have to waste his effort to win him over. He can just invite him to the public house. Lung Feng's expression changed slightly. Lu Yurong said lightly, This time, it wasn't me who sent the invitation. It was uncle himself. You do as you see fit. I'm leaving. She turned around and walked out. She scoffed and said, Don't embarrass yourself. All of you stop. The 6 protectors hesitated and retreated. Lung Feng stared at Chu Li, unconvinced. What did this guy do to deserve such attention from his father? Chu Li shook his head and sighed. Crown Prince Feng, from what I see, you're no different from Lung Tao. You're both good-for-nothings. Other than being the crown prince, what else do you have? You have no ability and no character. You're a disgrace to King Jing. Go, kill him. Lung Feng roared. Slap. Lu Yurong suddenly slapped him. Cousin. Lung Feng was stunned. Lu Yurong said coldly, If you continue to fool around, you'll embarrass the imperial residence of King Jing. Get lost. Cousin, you... Lung Feng widened his eyes in disbelief and stared at her blankly. Lu Yurong looked at him coldly without a trace of emotion. I'm not your cousin now. The crown prince, Lung Feng, is dead. You're just a servant in the public house. Get out of here now. Cousin. Lung Ying's face was pale from fear. She called out timidly. Lu Yurong did not look at her. She looked at Lung Feng coldly. Other than showing off all day long, what other decent things have you done? You're useless. Chu Li said, Miss Lu, the crown prince is living a luxurious life. How can he do the work of a servant? If he can't do it, he won't have food to eat. Lu Yurong laughed coldly. I'd like to see if he can starve to death. Guards, escort the crown prince out. Yes. The 6 protectors looked at Lung Feng hesitantly. Lung Feng suddenly put down his hand. He was furious. Cousin, are you crazy? You hit me because of him. He was hit twice a day. What he could not accept the most was that his cousin humiliated him in front of others. Her words were so harsh. Lu Yurong waved her hand. Guards. Yes, lady. 2 beautiful maids floated in. Get him out of here. Send him to the public house immediately. There's no time to waste. Lu Yurong said coldly. Yes. The two beautiful maids answered and brought a gust of fragrance to Lung Feng. Lung Feng took a step back. He knew that his cousin's two personal maids only listened to her. Sorry for the offense, Crown Prince Feng. The two maids smiled sweetly. They suddenly patted his shoulder and helped him to leave. The six protectors looked at each other helplessly. They closed fists, saluted, and left. Chu smiled. You're so cruel. That's your crown prince. He needs to be beaten hard to become useful. Lu Yurong scoffed. You've gone too far. I've tolerated him for a long time. Chu shook his head. I hope His Royal Highness won't be offended. He hit Lung Tao because he and Prince Chang were enemies. Chapter 435. P.S. The 17th Alliance is born. The Alliance leader, God, is melancholy. Lu Yurong said, Are you afraid that His Royal Highness will be unhappy? King Jing has a bright future. Of course, I have to curry favor with him. Chu smiled. Lu Yurong scoffed. His words were filled with sarcasm. Chu said, We have nothing else to talk about. I should leave too. Lu Yurong extended her hand and accompanied him out. Chu shook his head and sighed. The Emperor treats me as King N's whetstone. You treat me as Lung Feng's whetstone. It seems like this is my fate. He saw through Lu Yurong's tactics. She was using him to train Lung Feng. Lung Feng was not young anymore. His personality was almost set. He needed strong and heavy stimulation to change him completely. He believed that his slap and Lu Yurong's slap would be enough to engrave Lung Feng into a different person. With his pride, he would definitely stay in the High Duke's public house and work hard to surpass and defeat him. Even if King Jing and consort Lu felt sorry for Lu Yurong, they would only praise him. They were grateful to Lu Yurong. They could not bear to let Lu Yurong manage him and train him. Lu Yurong's grasp of the human heart and her manipulation of the situation were superior. It seemed like she did not use any tricks, but she was just pushing the boat along with the current and secretly exerting her strength. Lung Feng and himself were like puppets that she was manipulating to put on a show. Chu knew it, but he was happy to cooperate. Lung Feng would be kept in the dark and would not know of Lu Yurong's good intentions. As for Lung Ying, Chu glanced at her, who was staring blankly at the hall entrance. He shook his head and smiled. If she did not know now, someone would tell her soon. All this was kept from Lung Feng. Lung Feng would not work hard. Chu guessed that if Lung Feng did not work hard, King Jing would really give up on him. All these thoughts flashed through Chu's mind. Not everyone is qualified to be a whetstone. Lu Yurong said. The two stepped out of the hall and stood at the entrance. Chu said, I've accepted my fate with King Yin. What about Lung Feng? You have to make it up to him. Lu Yurong looked at him cautiously. This time we're even. Chu laughed. I only have 2 grandmasters. What about Lung Feng? How many grandmasters can he mobilize? You know how much trouble I'm in. What's the use of having more grandmasters against you? Lu Yurong said snappily. Don't say any more. We'll call it even this time. Chu raised 4 of his fingers. Add another 4 grandmasters. No way. Lu Yurong said coldly. You're too greedy. 4. Adding these 4, the public house will be emptied. Chu laughed. Lu Yurong scoffed. What are you laughing at? Chu shook his head. Do you think I don't know about the High Duke's public house? Alliance, Wang Wuming. I don't have that many. Lu Yurong said with a straight face. You really have a wild imagination. Ji Jiang Feng Chen Feng is as Wang is will, Chen Wang is Liang. Chu smiled. I don't believe that there are only 10 of them in the public house. If you don't agree, I'll apologize to Lung Feng and give in. Most of the Ji dynasty's grandmasters came from the top factions or the 4 major sections. They had been around for more than 1,000 years. They existed before the Ji dynasty. Only these sects had the surpassing state. Only by entering the surpassing state could one become a grandmaster. If the High Duke's public house and the imperial court wanted grandmasters, they would either recruit them from these major sects or send their own people into these major sections. Occasionally, there would be a fortuitous encounter with a grandmaster like Chu Li and Han Fei. Grandmasters were almost at the peak of martial arts. They only had 3 goals. They either wanted to protect their sex, reach the enlightened mastery's boundary, or seek worldly wealth. If they wanted to protect their sex and live a carefree life, they had to join the House of Duke. If they wanted to reach the enlightened mastery's boundary, they had to go to the fairy's capital. If they wanted to reach the enlightened mastery's boundary, they had to go to the fairy's capital. If they wanted wealth, they had to go to the fairy's capital. The emperor was an enlightened master in the fairy's capital. They might have the chance to meet him and learn from him. That was why more than half of the world's grandmasters were gathered in the fairy's capital, and the High Duke's public house accounted for a small half of it. Lu Yurong was good at reading people's minds, and she was beautiful. Looking at the way she coaxed the white shroud Shundao that she had transformed into, she knew that not many people could escape from her grasp. He believed that she still had a group of grandmasters hidden in their respective sects, and would only make a move at the crucial moment. Lu Yurong sneered. "Will you admit defeat to Lung Feng?" Chuli grinned and said, "Why not? What harm is there for me if I give in?" I forgot that your skin is as thick as a wall," Lu Yurong said coldly. Chuli looked at her with a smile. Lu Yurong took off her white veil and revealed her beautiful face. She said lightly, "4 is not enough. That's too many." Chuli shook his head. "Not much." Lu Yurong frowned. "1, at most 1. If it's less than 3, I'd better apologize to Lung Feng," Chuli said while shaking his head. Lu Yurong pursed her lips and stared at him coldly. Her clear eyes were filled with coldness. Chuli smiled and looked at her. Their gazes intertwined in the air like swords, trying to see through each other's flaws. Lung Ying snapped back to reality and turned to look at the two of them. From what she could see, the two of them were staring at each other passionately. She was annoyed. Her cousin's sister was too much. She didn't like Big Brother, but she liked Chu Li. Although Chu Li's martial arts was powerful, he was too smart. It was too dangerous to stay with this kind of person. She could be tricked at any time. She would not even know if she was betrayed by him. 2, Lu Yurong said coldly. "If it's more than 2, you can apologize if you want. I won't stop you." Chuli nodded and smiled. "All right, 2 it is." Lu Yurong gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "You're so calculative. You're not a man." Chuli smiled. "I'm forced to do this. If the public house really becomes a joke, you won't be able to get away with it. All the public houses in the world are bound together for good or bad. I don't need you to remind me." Lu Yurong gritted her teeth and scoffed. Lung Ying was a little confused. She didn't know what the two were talking about. Looking at her cousin's sister, it seemed like she was bullied. Sigh. Big Brother really can't handle a powerful woman like cousin's sister. Only someone like Chuli can. Come to think of it, the two of them were quite compatible. No wonder cousin's sister liked him. Chuli smiled. "I've been used by you. It's time for me to leave." I'll see you out." Lu Yurong scoffed coldly. Chuli smiled and closed fist saluted Lung Ying. He walked out the door. Lung Ying also followed him out. At the entrance of the imperial residence, Lu Yurong said, "Chuli, I think you're the most suitable to cultivate the golden Lohan's power." Chuli raised his eyebrows. Lu Yurong said, "Snatch it from Princeton. You have a profound dermic base. If you cultivate it, you'll definitely improve by leaps and bounds." Chuli laughed and shook his head. "The golden Lohan's power is imparted through enlightenment. Don't worry, I won't be tempted." "That's good." Lu Yurong smiled. Chapter 436. Chuli shook his head and looked at her. He closed fists, saluted, and left. Lung Ying watched him leave and asked, "Cousin sister, you're kind enough to remind him. Why isn't he happy?" Lu Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. "Your favorite piece of clothing was taken by someone else. You wanted to snatch it but couldn't. Would you be happy?" "Of course not." Lung Ying shook her head. Lu Yurong smiled. "The golden Lohan's power is his clothing. Why can't he go?" Lung Ying asked. Lu Yurong said, "That's a long story. Let's go, I'll tell you slowly." She smiled. Being able to give him a hug before they parted made her feel inexplicably refreshed. Chuli walked slowly with his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered as he pondered. Lu Yurong was right. The Golden Lohan's power was indeed suitable for him. His sentient menace advanced quickly because of the life and death scripture, the art of White Tiger, and the heavenly demonic power. It was extremely difficult to advance the art of White Tiger. The progress of the art of White Tiger was also extremely slow. He had seen a fierce tiger in his past life. The difference between a fierce tiger and a spirit tiger was like the difference between a non-martial artist and an enlightened master. His knowledge from his past life had been exhausted. It was difficult to advance the art of White Tiger. If he wanted to advance the art of White Tiger, he could only go to the 100,000 hills to meet the spirit tiger. Unfortunately, the spirit tiger was not the spirit crane. If he met it, he would lose his life. Hence, the progress of the art of White Tiger was stagnant. No matter how much he cultivated, he could not advance. Fortunately, he still had the heavenly demonic power. As the heavenly demonic power reached the 3rd level, the sentient menace advanced a level and reached the marrow refining stage. Only when he reached the marrow tempering realm could his body truly transform, allowing his physique to be so tyrannical. He had almost mastered the sentient menace to its peak. He could not get the hang of the remaining 3 levels. The Tempest Temple must have a unique secret technique that even Fa Yuan did not know about. The sentient menace was not purely a defensive technique. The first 3 levels trained the skin, muscles, and tendons to strengthen the body. It was indeed invulnerable, and even an acquired master's attack would be ineffective. Training the meridians allowed the inner energy to reach its peak, allowing one to defend against an innate master. Training one's bones and marrow was not to strengthen one's protective inner strength, but to strengthen one's inner strength. The predecessor who created the sentient menace was extremely intelligent. Naturally, he understood that no matter how strong the inner energy of the body was, it could only block a small part of the attack. It could not completely block the attack. The most important thing was to allow the body to withstand attacks. Similarly, if someone else was hit by a palm, they would be severely injured, but if they practiced the sentient menace, they would only be lightly injured. If someone else was lightly injured, they would not be injured after practicing the sentient menace. But if someone else died, they would only be severely injured after practicing the sentient menace. That would live up to the name of Du Yi. After he cultivated the Golden Lohan's power, he vaguely felt that the Golden Lohan's power was a level higher than the sentient menace. The aura that was cultivated could make the heavenly demonic power eager to devour it. It was definitely not ordinary. This could very well be the sentient menace's path of refinement of energy, and refinement of spirit. As he approached the imperial residence of King N, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In his mind, he saw 2 middle-aged men who had just stepped into the prince's mansion. Their auras were condensed and gloomy, and there was a faint murderous aura. He disappeared in a flash and appeared in the Tianshu courtyard. Seosher was dressed in a white dress and was taking a stroll in the courtyard. Seeing him suddenly appear, Seosher glanced at him and did not stop her steps. "Have you seen Lu Yurong?" Chuli nodded. Seosher said, "Are you in a good mood?" Chuli coughed softly. "King Jing asked me to go over and pass me a message." "What message?" Seosher asked. At this moment, Chief Zhu's voice came from outside. "Princess, the 2 masters from the imperial house have arrived." Chuli said in a deep voice. "Chief Zhu." "Yes, head chief." Chief Zhu hurriedly responded. Chuli asked, "Did they ask about me?" Chief Zhu replied respectfully, "Yes, they did." "How did you answer?" I said, "Head chief, you left the imperial house and did not return. Serve them some tea first. After a cup of tea, invite them over to see the princess." "Yes," Chief Zhu replied, and the sound of his footsteps faded away. Seosher looked at Chuli. Chuli told her about the message he received from King Jing. Seosher scoffed. "These people want to ask for your help? Imperial House secret guardians?" She did not have a good impression of the Imperial House secret guardians. There was no one in the High Duke's public house that did not dislike them. They had secretly investigated the High Duke's public house and caused a lot of trouble. Chuli said, "Just say that I'm an isolated cultivation." All right, I'll send them away. Seosher scoffed. In the main hall of the imperial residence of King and Sun Ida and Zhao Jianghe sat in the armchairs, holding their teacups. Even though the tea was fragrant, they were not in the mood to savor it. Their faces were gloomy, and they did not say a word. The main hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. As the Imperial House secret guardians, they were greeted with a smile no matter where they went. They trembled in fear, afraid that if they offended them, they would be charged and sent to prison. The Imperial House secret guardians had the right to arrest first and report later. They could not kill people directly, but they could arrest people directly. They did not even care about these imperial houses. They only cared about the emperor. As long as these princes were not the emperor, they did not have to worry. They could arrest those who needed to be arrested and take those who needed to be taken away. It was the first time they received such cold treatment. They actually left the two of them hanging, as expected of the princess from the High Duke's public house. Zhao Jianghe scoffed. The High Duke's public house. Sun Ida smiled strangely. Both of them were tall and burly, like two iron towers. They had long faces. Zhao Jianghe's eyes were big and reserved, while Sun Ida's eyes were small and full of spirit. Zhao Jianghe said, "Young son, don't do anything rash." "I wouldn't dare." Sun Ida chuckled. "You're the lady of the High Duke's public house, and also the princess of the imperial residence of King Yin. I wouldn't dare to do anything." Zhao Jianghe frowned at him. The more Sun Ida said that, the more worried he became. He was afraid that Sun Ida would cause trouble. Just like what Sun Ida said, Second Lady Seosher was not someone to be trifled with. However, Sun Ida's younger brother was killed by the High Duke's public house. Until now, the murderer had not been found, and in the end, the case was left unsettled. The emperor was also afraid of the High Duke's public house, so he did not dare to push them too far. Sun Ida could not let go of this, and it became a knot in his heart. Sun Ida chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't cause trouble. I shouldn't have brought you here," Zhao Jianghe said in a low voice. Sun Ida's smile was a little strange. "I wanted to meet this Second Lady Seosher for a long time. She's very hostile towards us." Zhao Jianghe shook his head. "Looks like it won't be easy. Don't forget our purpose. Let's invite that Chuli." Sun Ida smiled and said disapprovingly, "He's just going through the motions. Are we really going to invite him back?" "We must invite him back," Zhao Jianghe said. "He's quite something. It won't be too late to take care of him after we learn his techniques. I want to kill him with my own hands." Sun Ida twisted his neck and let out a strange smile. He seemed to be enjoying it, excited and hateful. Chapter 437. P.S. The 18th Alliance leader has been born, Ronin Adorable. There will be a chance. This Chuli will fall for it. Sun Ida kept twisting his neck. "I don't think it will work. Then we'll force him to fall for it," Jianghe said. Sun Ida slammed the table. "Yes, we have to force him. I don't believe he won't listen to us." Jianghe glared at him and scoffed. "Xiao Sun, don't be stupid. You can't use force." No. Sun Ida tilted his head and waved his hand. "You have to use force when dealing with people like this. Let me tell you, Elder Zhao, soft tactics won't work. Definitely not. How are you going to use force?" Jianghe scoffed. "Are you going to fight him? Can you beat him?" "I can't beat him, but I don't have to, right?" Sun Ida said lazily. Jianghe understood what he was thinking. As long as they fought, the secret guardians would have an excuse to arrest them. If Sun Ida could not beat him, what about a group of secret guardians? Who would have the guts to resist if the secret guardians were to arrest them? Resisting would mean going against the emperor. Jianghe said, "He's a smart guy. He might not make a move. What if I fight Second Lady Xiao?" "Don't mess around," Jianghe quickly said. "You can't touch Second Lady Xiao." "I won't touch her, but it should be fine to scare her, right?" Sun Ida smiled strangely. "What do you think he will do if I attack Second Lady Xiao?" "He will definitely take care of you." Jianghe scoffed. Sun Ida chuckled. "That's it. Haha. No matter how smart he is, he will still have to do what he says. You Jianghe shook his head. Don't be smart. All right, we can give it a try. If he attacks, don't fight back. Just pretend to be injured. Elder Zhao, don't you want to know more about this chief? Son Ida smiled strangely. Don't you want to see how capable he is? How many secret guardians would he need to take care of him? If he kills us, we will be the ones in trouble. Jianghe said. Son Ida snorted, his smile widening. I don't think he has the guts to do anything to us. All right, we'll do as you say. Jianghe waved his hand and said, but let's make this clear first. If you don't take the easy way out, we'll give you the hard way. Of course. Son Ida laughed. Jianghe looked at him worriedly. Sirs, my princess invites you. Song Sansi entered the hall, cupped his fists, and said. He sized up Son Ida and Jianghe. This was the first time that a secret guardian from the imperial house had come knocking on his door. This was not a good thing. Hee, your princess finally has time to talk to us. Son Ida laughed. To Darren, Song Sansi hurriedly said, Princess Consort's body is not well and her mind is tired. To Darren have come a bad time. Princess Consort is currently resting. I hope that the two Darren will not take offense. We wouldn't dare. How could we dare to blame the princess? Son Ida quickly waved his hand and pretended to be flattered. We are already very grateful that the princess did not think that we were bothering you. We are very grateful. Looking at his exaggerated behavior, Song Sansi smiled. However, he was secretly groaning in his heart. This person obviously did not come with good intentions. The three of them arrived at Tianshu Courtyard. In Tianshu Courtyard, Xiao Shi, Yang Su, Shui Ling, Song Luiying, Xuening Yu, the two concubines and their maids, Lung Xiao and Lung Qing. Other than that, there were also Princess Lu, Lu Yurong, Lung Ying, and their maids. There were more than 10 people in total. The courtyard was filled with a delicate fragrance. They sat upright and looked at the two who came in. Xiao Shi wore a white veil to cover her beautiful face. Lu Yurong also wore a white veil to cover her face. The two most beautiful faces were covered by the white veil, but they still looked radiant in the courtyard. Lung Xiao and Lung Qing were extremely curious. They had heard of the secret guardians from the imperial house, but they had never met them. They did not have the chance to meet them in the imperial residence. Greetings, my four concubines. Son Ida and Jianghe closed fist saluted. Their expressions were natural and dignified. Although Son Ida and Jianghe saw Princess Lu and the others, they did not mind. If they were in the imperial residence of King Jing, they would have some scruples. After all, King Jing had the highest chance of ascending the throne. He might very well be the future emperor. Now that they were in the imperial residence of King, and Princess Lu and the others were just guests. As long as they did not disrespect them, it was fine. Moreover, she was not the empress yet. There was no need to worry too much. Xiao Shi said lightly. What brings the two of you here? Jianghe said. May I know where head chief Chu is? Truly? Xiao Shi said. He went into isolated cultivation. Isolated cultivation? Jianghe frowned. He did not expect this answer. Son Ida laughed and said, Princess Xiao, isn't this too much of a coincidence? The moment we arrived, head chief Chu went into isolated cultivation. Xiao Shi's limpid eyes scanned his face. She said lightly, what you're saying is that he knew you were coming. So he went into isolated cultivation to avoid you, right? Such a coincidence. We can't help but think so. Son Ida laughed and said as he looked at Xiao Shi impudently. Xiao Shi covered her beautiful face. He hated the house of High Duke. Even so, he still felt that Xiao Shi's bright eyes were like a deep pool. It sucked his soul in. He could not help but feel intoxicated. He was on guard. He was thinking about his brother's mysterious death. Xiao Shi nodded lightly. If that's the case, the secret guardians of the imperial house are not exactly secretive. Someone knew about it and informed Chu Li so that he could hide in advance. But the secret guardians of the imperial house sure are impressive. Princess Xiao, you're exaggerating. Jianghe said in a deep voice. We are under orders from the Emperor to ask Head Chief Chu to help us search for the traitors from the Holy Church of Light. Orders? CO sure glanced at him lazily. Orders from the Emperor himself. This. Zhao Jianghe hesitated. This was not an order from the Emperor. It was an order from the Deputy Commander. CO sure said, if there's an imperial edict, Chu Li would have to come out even if he went into isolated cultivation. If it's not an imperial edict from the Emperor, then it's fine. He's a rank 1 cultivator. Not everyone can order him around. Am I right? Her clear eyes glanced at the two of them. She said lightly, if there's nothing else, please leave. I'm tired. Zhao Jianghe said in a deep voice, Princess CO, the disciples of the Holy Church of Light have caused a lot of trouble. All the princes are threatened by them. Head Chief Chu can't just leave them to die, can he? Oh, CO sure was surprised. I didn't know that investigating the Holy Church of Light was his responsibility. He's just the head chief of the Imperial House, right? When did he become a secret guardian of the Imperial House? Or someone from the Ministry of War? Zhao Jianghe was stunned. Sun Ida was getting impatient. This CO sure had a sharp tongue. The two of them might not be able to win against her with words. They could only use force. His face darkened. He said stiffly, Princess CO, investigating the Holy Church of Light is our responsibility. We have the right to mobilize people to assist in the investigation. You guys have a lot of power. You can mobilize people if you want. I'm not feeling well. After entering the Imperial House, I haven't been able to go to the palace to see the Empress. Empress Dowager, I'll go to the palace in 2 days. I'd like to consult the Empress and Empress Dowager. Chapter 438. CO sure was threatening them. As the secret guardians of the Imperial House, they only had eyes for the Emperor. They did not need to listen to or care about what others said. However, the Emperor did not only have eyes for the secret guardians, he also had the Empress and the Empress Dowager. If CO sure really reported this to the Empress and the Empress, even if the Emperor did not punish them, they would still be reprimanded by the Deputy Commander. CO sure's words were aimed straight at their weakness. Princess CO, you misunderstood, Jiang has said in a low voice. This time, the General's residence, the Ministry of War, and us have gone through 3 layers of investigations, and yet we could not find out who the disciple of the Holy Church of Light is. Yet, Head Chief Chu saw through it with one look. Such a godly performance is really admirable. We, the secret guardians of the Imperial House, have lost face. Asking for help would be even more shameful. But for the safety of the Imperial Princes, for the safety of the fairies' capital, we have no choice but to put down our pride and ask for Head Chief Chu's help. We hope that Head Chief Chu can see our sincerity and help us. CO sure said lightly. If that's the case, if Chu Li does not help, he would be ignoring the safety of the Imperial Princes and the safety of the fairies' capital. That would be a huge sin, right? Jianghe felt that every word she said was like a sharp sword that stabbed at his weakness. Princess CO, I wonder if Head Chief Chu's cultivation or the safety of the Imperial Princes is more important? Sun Ida chuckled as he looked at her. We don't have to talk about this, right? CO sure said. If that's the case, if he does not come out, he would be ignoring the safety of the Imperial Princes. Head Steward Xiao, you can practice martial arts at any time. Sun Ida chuckled. Why are you in such a hurry? You are right. CO sure nodded. But why should he help you? For the safety of the Imperial Princes, we are just delaying his time. Sun Ida felt that he had the upper hand and finally suppressed this woman. He was in a good mood and smiled. Is there a need to bargain? Isn't that what you should do? CO sure said calmly. As the head chief, he's too busy to attend to the matters of the Imperial residence. Even so, when his martial arts cultivation is at a critical juncture, he still has to push these matters aside. You said it's for the safety of the Imperial Crown Prince, and you're telling him to rush over? He took the salary of the prince's mansion, not the Imperial Prince's. Furthermore, the lives of the Imperial Princes are important. But are we not? The Imperial House still needs him to guard the Imperial House. Don't tell me that the secret guardians of the Imperial House don't know about the assassination a while ago. If I help you, the assassination will come back again, or even more fiercely. For the safety of the imperial princes, you have to abandon the safety of the entire mansion. Isn't Xiao Wangfei a bit too serious? Sun Ida said with a grin. Do you have a brain? Xiao sure furrowed her brows. If Chu Li were to help you, the Holy Church of Light's vengeance will definitely come to the imperial residence. They're all people who don't care about their lives. Who can stop them? Rely on you useless good-for-nothings? You have to worry about the safety of the imperial princes. I have to worry about the safety of the imperial residence. Xiao Wangfei, we're also dealing with the Holy Church of Light, not just the imperial residence. Zhang He quickly interrupted to ease the tense atmosphere. Xiao sure said coldly. Take revenge on you? If they want to take revenge, they won't just target the imperial residence. Don't worry, Xiao Wangfei. Zhang He quickly said. Xiao sure sneered. What are you talking about? Why should the imperial residents suffer? Furthermore, the Holy Church of Light won't even bother to do anything to you bunch of useless people. There's no threat anyway. Chu Li is the biggest threat, so of course he must be eliminated. They'll definitely kill the people of the imperial residence to take revenge on Chu Li. We can't agree with Xiao Wangfei. Sun Ida sneered. If everyone thinks that way, then no one would dare to deal with the Holy Church of Light. Everyone is worried about their vengeance, so let's just let them do whatever they want. Nonsense, Xiao sure said coldly. You're taking the Emperor's salary if you don't work hard. Who will? Chu Li is taking the imperial residence's salary. Just because of some empty words from the secret guardians of the imperial house, you want a rank one like him to disregard the safety of the imperial residence and work hard for you? You guys can really dream. Xiao Wangfei. Zhang He closed fist saluted and said, We're useless. We dare not disappoint the Emperor's grace, so we can only ask Head Chief Chu for help. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Xiao sure waved her hand lightly. I only have one thing to say. As long as I'm still the Xiao Wangfei, don't even think about it. Yang Su, send them off. Yes, lady. Yang Su responded and walked in front of the two of them, looking at them apologetically. Sun Ida laughed out loud. Everyone frowned. His laughter was too presumptuous. Xiao sure looked at him calmly. Sun Ida laughed a few times before he stopped and said coldly, I've learned something. The High Duke's public house is really powerful. Xiao sure didn't reply. She waved her hand, indicating that she didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and left. Yang Su said, Masters, please leave. What? I'm a secret guardian of the imperial house. Can't I even speak? Sun Ida said loudly. Xiao sure rubbed her eyebrows and said impatiently, You talk too much. All right, if you have something to say, just say it. Sun Ida laughed coldly. Last year, there were two high officials from the imperial house who went to the public house. In the end, one of the high officials was killed for no reason. Xiao sure said, You mean the High Duke's public house killed him? It's hard to believe that the High Duke's public house didn't know about killing an imperial house high official in the public house's territory. It's hard to believe that the secret guardians of the imperial house didn't know about a few disciples from the Holy Church of Light in the fairy's capital. Xiao sure said lightly. It makes people suspect that you're in cahoots with the Holy Church of Light. Shut up. Sun Ida stared at her and shouted. Xiao sure frowned and looked at him. She turned to Consort Lu and said, Sister Lu, the secret guardians of the imperial house are so powerful, yelling at our consort like she's a criminal. Consort Lu stared at Sun Ida in dissatisfaction. What's wrong with you? You're so unreasonable and unreasonable. Are you asking for Head Chief Chu's help? I don't think it's an invitation. It's a threat. Zhang He quickly said, Consort Lu, you've misunderstood. I'm just worried about the prince's safety. That's why I'm so impatient. We do need Head Chief Chu's help. He's not willing to help. What are you going to do? Consort Lu said unhappily. Then you're going to fall out with him, settle old scores, and threaten him, right? This, Zhang He said helplessly. Of course not. Consort Lu said, If you treat the people from the imperial house like this, you can imagine how arrogant you can be towards the ordinary officials. Is this how the emperor treats his officials? I really need to have a good talk with the Empress Dowager. I dare not. Jianghe closed fists, saluted, and laughed. We've been rude. Please forgive us, Consort CEO and Consort Liu. Since Head Chief Chu isn't willing to help, we won't force him. We'll take our leave first, he said as he pulled Sun Ida. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.